Welcome to Free Advice Guy. All right. So I might be streaming on Twitter. I am unsure. I don't really know how to check. So I'll be taking a minute to try and figure that out. Oh, I am. That's kind of cool. All right. I have no idea how to check if people are chatting. This is kind of wild. Turn this off. There we go. That's weird. My own stream. There we go. Let's close down Hiko. All right, let's pull up market data. Let's take a look at the overall markets. Walmart stock hits an all-time high. The latest TikTok trend is users showing off all the stuff they're not buying. I actually kind of like that. So the Dow's up over 1%. NASDAQ over 2, S&P over 1.5. Look at these gainers today. Check out the decliners. 52-week lows. Oh. Let's check out what Europe did. They had a pretty positive day. HelloFresh again, huh? Something's happening in Europe with HelloFresh. Let's check the Asian markets. Pretty decent day. Interesting day. Wonder what happened around here. Well, let's check out cryptocurrencies. It's a pretty big drop. All right, I've had 6 views on my Twitter thing here. This is my first time streaming on Twitter. So it's kind of a trip to see it here. 9 views. All right. Whoops. What happened there? Let's go back to this. We'll check analytics later or whatever, but 15 views. No quotes yet. Reposts, likes. Aw. W-wife. Alright, so for anybody new here, to give you some background into what I'm doing. One, I'm a married father of 3. I've been a certified financial planner professional since 2014, and I worked at Vanguard for 13 years. I had a bunch of positions at Vanguard. My most recent one was as a high net worth advisor manager, and I quit my job. My last day was in July, and on August 1st, we relaunched the stream to hopefully change the world. Our mission is to empower millions of everyday people by making financial wisdom and guidance accessible to all, fostering widespread financial literacy. We believe that everyone can live a better life if they know how to properly take care of their money, and we want to be the place that people can go when they have questions in the moment. We know there's a bunch of content out there on YouTube and videos, and even I have some of that, but I want to be there in the moment. When you have questions and you need help, we're here to help you. So I'll be streaming a lot of hours on a lot of days to get out there, but that is the mission. So if you have any questions, let me hear them. Dow surges as latest economic data provide pushback to recession. Here, I'm gonna pull this out. So Dow surges as latest economic data provide pushback to recession concerns. Is this going to make me sign up to read this? That was going to be one article. All right. Man, Tesla's up 2.6% today. Oh no, that's Ford. What the? And all these people all this family turmoil. He's taunting me. I loaned my son $30,000 to buy a house. He called me a liar. Is your financial advisor secretly putting you in this cookie cutter model that could be very risky for retirement? It's a big question. Let's see if it allows us to read this. Have an issue with your financial advisor or looking for a new one? Man, look at this. Picks at Market Watch looking to call people out. It's a good question, looking at different advisors and what to look for if you want your money managed. I hope to help you manage your own money, but to be here and help you decide that you don't want to manage it and let an advisor manage it, I could help with that as well. Is there a breakup fee? Advisors can work off many different compensation arrangements, says certified financial planner James Daniel at the advisory firm. I bet just mentioning his name gets him a lot of attention. People are going to look at his firm and look him up. Some work on commission and get compensated when you buy certain products they recommend. True. Others work as fiduciary advisors on a fee basis, such as hourly, project-based, or based on assets under management, and do not get a commission. That fee could be for assets under management billed quarterly, or a flat fee based on an engagement period, or a retainer model. Yeah, everything here at Free Advice Guy is to either support the channel or be a part of a deeper embedded community with Patreon. So you can't actually hire me as your financial advisor. I want to help out everybody, but you can help support this mission by funding like a Patreon or subscribing to the channel or anything like that. All right. Advisors who work under the asset under management model typically charge 1% of assets under management. It's true. whereas flat fee planners often charge between $1,500 and $7,500 to work on a specific project. Hourly planners tend to run $150 to $450 per hour. You probably wouldn't pay for help handling these things. That's correct. Who's going to ask the first question of the day? All right, so this is important here. You see in these articles, they use certain terms to drive a psychological response from people, and I find that to be very irresponsible. Whoops. I find that to be very irresponsible when articles use psychological wording. Cookie cutter portfolios. That's supposed to make you discount the idea. And there are a lot of portfolios out there that seem cookie cutter or basic, but they're actually making a very complex idea seem very simple. Like, you're going to be owning 10,000 securities, and it doesn't look like much. But how do you make 10,000 things simple? Anyway. Let's read it and see what it says. A cookie cutter model for the retiree is very risky. Okay. Retirement portfolios are much more complicated and should be customized to each individual. This is ridiculous. If you customize specifically to each person, you should customize based on risk tolerance and time horizon. But if you customize each holding and all that sort of stuff, all you're doing is trying to generate fees for yourself as an advisor. So don't be that guy. Don't be ridiculous. A lot of people trust you, and unfortunately, this sort of thing happened in my own family. An advisor had my grandfather in bond funds that were 2 and 3%, and the average investor has no idea that that's a problem because bonds will pay a higher percentage than that. So if your amount you have is going up, you think, hey, everything's great, not realizing you're paying 2%, and you should actually be getting 2% more per year. Compounded over your lifetime is a crazy amount of money. But a lot of advisors just randomly put you into things that are expensive, and they'll say, hey, I've customized this for you. That's why it costs so much more. But they never really tell you what benefit it is to customize and have you in more expensive stuff. So it's honestly kind of silly. More than just placing clients into buckets, financial advisors should allocate investment portfolios based on a client's personal and financial circumstances. Yep. Risk tolerance, time horizon, tax bracket, cash flow needs, and constraints guide the exposure to income growth and growth-oriented investments. See, they're just using a bunch of fancy words. If you combine all of this, that's the total market. It says Certified Financial Planner, Margarita Cheng at Blue Ocean Global Wealth. A fee-only CFP, they're missing a thing here. I'm a CFP, a Certified Financial Planner Professional, but they're missing the registered trademark here. Or other comprehensive financial planners should not be lumping you into a bucket and calling it a day. They're trying to make you question your advisor for doing something basic, making something simple for you, so that you'll be in 7 or 8 funds by some other advisor who's likely going to charge you more. Look at all this customization. That's why I'm charging you 2%. Look at my value. Look at these funds. And it's ridiculous. It seems you fall into the category with the majority of people who think that financial advisors only do investment management. That's not your fault. Unfortunately, the large firms that manage assets only and charge a lot do it have really big advertising budgets. So you have been taught that this is the status quo. Some asset managers are just asset managers. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. Almost anywhere you go for asset management, especially if they have a certified financial planner as the advisor, will be able to at least talk about multiple topics. But if you're looking for a specialist, right, I need to know the precise insurance policy to buy. Well, cool. Go talk to an insurance salesman. That's what you want. You don't want to talk to a generalist when you're looking for specifics. In reality, what you should look for is someone who does much more. This person will also be looking at cash flows, retirement savings and income, Social Security claiming strategies, healthcare spending, risk management, and proper insurance coverage, tax planning, estate planning, and investment management. Most of the time, to get all of the things covered there, a lot of them can be done just by your normal asset manager advisor. But you're going to have multiple people, or you can go to a firm that has all of this, but again, they're going to charge you a higher fee. And it'll probably be under your assets under management. So you're going to end up having quite a bit of fees you're going to pay. Investments need to serve the goals of the broader plan, but they will not be the only consideration. Okay. A comprehensive planner will also take into account the cost, risk, return, tax implication, and overall cash flow related to your whole investment portfolio, including real estate. This whole paragraph was a bunch of goobity-blah. It didn't really say much. Your financial advisor should consider a lot of things before giving you advice. That's essentially what it's saying. That's really all it means. To avoid being placed in the buckets you mentioned, make sure you find an advisor who understands your values and specific needs. So let me ask you, if you have no idea what you're doing when it comes to investing, how are you going to tell an advisor what's important to you? Right? You might say something like, I just want 10% without much risk. Unfortunately, that does not exist. A 10% return on a portfolio would be very aggressive, and it would be very risky. So understanding your values and specific needs, don't get me wrong, that's important. I need to understand how you feel about your money when it goes up, when it goes down, the emotions you're going to feel and all that sort of stuff. But most people don't actually know how they feel about the markets in reality until they go through certain things. So anyway, do advisors require a long-term commitment? And can you break up with your advisor without a fee? Breakup fees and minimum time periods in contracts aren't industry standard, but that's not to say they aren't out there. Yeah, that's true. Before signing on the dotted line to work with an advisor, any breakup fees should be disclosed. If you're unable to find this information, simply ask the advisor to explain any long-term commitment expectations or fees involved in dissolving the relationship and have them put in writing. Pretty much any contract you sign with an advisor or anyone really for fee-based stuff is going to have this stuff in there. So it's still good to ask. I think a lot of people, from my experience as an advisor, a lot of people had this fear of looking or sounding stupid when they ask questions. And that was probably the saddest thing about being an advisor, because there is no stupid question. everybody comes in at different levels. You have some people who are like, I don't even know what a stock is. I love those conversations. I got to educate people on what stocks were, or bonds. And then you got some people who know quite a bit and they're able to ask deeper questions. But part of the relationship with your advisor, hopefully part of your relationship with me, is learning what you don't know and helping your knowledge base. That's really what I want to do. And then you yourself are not a financial advisor, but maybe you can help people not make mistakes. That's where kind of the phrase with Free Advice Guy, I helped someone. If you're a part of this group and you're a part of this mission, you're spreading this knowledge and this mission far and wide. So we get to have a broader impact on people's lives as a community, as a group together. So that's really what I'm hoping to accomplish with Free Advice Guy. Or I should say we, because my wife is CFO. All right, let's take a look. All right, let's keep on going here. What to look for in a financial advisor going forward. I don't know if you've figured it out so far in this article. There really hasn't been much said. This feels like something to draw emotions from clients and make them question their advisor without real guidance on how to feel confident with the advisor they already have. A good starting place to find a pro who can help you is to visit the CFP site, letsmakeaplan.org. You can find me there, Luke Halter, to search for someone in your area. Thankfully, I'm in everyone's area because I do this streaming and online. To search for someone in your area. Take time to interview several CFP professionals because personal finance is just that, personal. You can also ask for references from individuals in your community and be certain to check their credentials and regulatory history. This is true. I'm going to give this one here. There are a lot of advisors who have zero credentials. Absolutely none. And they're giving advice away. That's part of the reason I got into this. I'm one of the few credentialed people talking online. And you got a lot of people who are not credentialed, not fiduciaries, spread messages out there, and it makes me nervous that they're just doing it for the money. All right. Let's see here. You want to partner with a financial advisor who understands your personal and financial needs, says Chang. Looking for a new financial advisor? This free tool from Smart Asset can match you to fiduciary financial advisors who might meet your needs. I think this whole article is to drum up clicks and to drum up new business for these advisors. Like these, I could guarantee you the names in this article are likely connected to this search right here. I can almost guarantee it. To avoid any surprises on the back end, ask these questions up front. The kind of planner you're looking for will answer... Oh, is this another article? Have you asked your financial... All right, let's go look at these questions after. The kind of planner you're looking for will answer questions without reservation or hesitation regarding whether or not they're a fiduciary. That's actually true. How they get paid, who pays them, how much they get paid, if there are fees when you leave, if you can manage your own investments but get specific recommendations, if your real estate is included as part of your overall strategy, how they can account for pensions and annuities, what their investment strategy is, and how they decide what to do. All right, it's not bad. It's not bad. But my dad's advisor, I'm going to look at all these in a second. All right, let's go in here. Have you asked your financial advisor these 8 questions? I'm going to answer these 8 questions after we ask them, okay? Let's see here. So, are you a fiduciary? Fiduciary advisors are required to put their client's best interests first, ahead of their own. Not all financial advisors are fiduciaries, and you want your financial advisor to work for you and act in your best interests without any conflicts. Says Certified Financial Planner Ryan Hayes at Flynn Zito Capital Management. All right, Question number 1. Am I a fiduciary? Yes, I am a fiduciary. I'm a certified financial planner professional. I put your needs in front of my own. Part of the reason I got into this is because I am credentialed, and I know there are a bunch of people online giving a lot of information, and they have no credentials behind their names, and they're not fiduciaries. I want to be a place that people can go that they know they can trust because I'm a fiduciary, because I'm a certified financial planner professional. I want to be here for everybody. All right. So we asked, are you a fiduciary? The answer is yes. What are your qualifications and credentials? Some financial professionals have gone through a lot more training than others. Here are a few of the most qualifications for financial advisors. So are you a certified financial planner? Yes, I am a certified financial planner. I do have a bachelor's degree. I did complete financial planning coursework. I passed a CFP exam. I had 6,000, when I first became a CFP, I had 6,000 hours of professional experience. I think now I'm at, just in finance, I'm at like 26,000. Does that sound right? 13 years plus. Or 4,000 hours of apprenticeship experience. CFPs must also adhere to high ethical and professional standards and act as a fiduciary when providing financial advice. This is why, to me, the CFP is the most important one. You're baked in as a fiduciary. It's a high ethical standard. If I get caught lying to you, cheating you, stealing from you, or being unethical in some sort of way, the CFP board will take my certification. I will no longer be a certified financial planner. It's one of the beautiful things about the CFP and why I'm actually proud to be a certified financial planner. Chartered financial consultant. I am not this. I have nothing against anything here, but the CFP is of the highest value. I believe the chartered financial consultant is easier to get. Let's see here, 8-course program, relevant business experience and high school diploma. Upon passing a closed book exam, candidates must agree to comply with the American College Code of Ethics. I know some people who have this, but CFP, Certified Financial Planner, is generally considered the highest level in the financial planning industry. I am not a CFA. This is generally outside. Not many planners are going to be CFAs as well. I wish this gave more, but this has more to do with like funds, fund managing and things like that, not client managing. RIA, when I worked with Vanguard, I was. I'm no longer, because I don't manage money and I don't plan to manage money. I do not want to manage anyone's money at all. What I want to do is help people manage their own money, feel a sense of calm and comfort about managing their own money, and then if they get to the point that they feel like they can't manage their portfolios anymore, then we could talk about how to get their money managed, but it won't be through me. I don't want to manage anyone's money or be hands-on with anyone. There's a lot more regulatory stuff that goes into that as well. A CPA, Certified Public Accountant. That is not me. These are accountants, so not many financial advisors are. I would say not many financial advisors are a lot of these, but they can be. You will find some. All right, let's get into some fun questions. This looks a little more fun here. What are your personal or firm values? Asking your advisor what their personal and or firm's values can be not only eye-opening, but also helpful in determining whether they're the right advisor for you. There are a few things more intimate, more emotional, or more value-laden than talking about money. If you feel your advisor's values are poorly aligned and in conflict with your own, how comfortable will you be in being completely candid and talking about your values and what's most important to you? Said certified financial planner Lisa Weil at Clarity Northwest. So this is a great question. Let's get into the mission of Free Advice Guy. Our mission is to empower millions of everyday people by making financial wisdom and guidance accessible to all, fostering widespread financial literacy. We believe that everyone can live a better life if they know how to properly take care of their money. It's not that there aren't companies out there that won't help people with it, but who I'm trying to help are the people just getting started or don't know how to get started. I want to help people become good at managing their own portfolios, feeling confident, and then really determining if they can or cannot manage their portfolios. Then they can go to some other professional to do that. But our values here are to help as many people as possible. That's why I don't actually have a fee for anything. If you want to join the community and the Patreon, that is available. But there are no fees for anything I talk about. The advice is always free. But if you want to support the community and get some added benefits in other ways, there is a Patreon. Ooh, what is your investment philosophy? This is a great one here. All right. Ask your advisor what their investment philosophy is and how they handle market downturns. Some advisors may take a more passive approach and some may take a more active approach. There are pros and cons to both. But it's important to understand so you can have the right expectations. It says Certified Financial Planner, Mark Brinzer at Stewardship Advisors. This is actually probably one of the most important questions that you can ask a financial advisor and you can ask yourself. What is your investment philosophy? I believe that you should own the entire world's stock and bond market, and there are other asset classes which we can get into later, but you should own the entire world's stock and bond market at an allocation that makes sense based on your time horizon and risk tolerance for a specific goal. When it comes to market downturns, I believe those are times that it could be a good time to buy and increase the stocks within your portfolios. So if your target allocation is, I'm just going to throw something out there, 70% stock, 30% bonds. Number one, depending on where you are, that could be an aggressive portfolio. If you're older, that would be aggressive. If you're younger, that's not too aggressive. But either way, if an 08-09 scenario happens, you could potentially lose 50%, it's likely temporary, but 50% of your stock value. So 70% of your portfolio, we'll just call it $1 million total. So you have $700,000 in equities, would drop to $350,000. Just gonna let that soak for a minute. Then you have $300,000 still in your bonds. It's actually probably more because of the flood to quality. When stock markets start to tank, people move money into bonds. They call that flood to quality. So from there, you can actually take money out of your bonds and buy stocks while they're low prices. So right, if your whole stock portfolio went from worth $700,000 down to $350,000, it's about 50% of the value that it was before. And then you take some of your bonds and then you move them into your stocks to get that allocation back to 70-30. Then, if and when the market recovers and it gets back to where it was, you've not only recouped everything you've lost, you're actually ahead because you were able to buy shares of stock while they were low priced. And then on the way back up, you're rebalancing, selling out of that top portion of your stock, locking in those gains and moving it into bonds. Nobody knows what's going to happen in the market. Nobody. If anybody tells you they know, run, and run fast. Nobody has any idea what's going to happen today in the market, tomorrow in the market, next month, next year, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. We can use history as a guide, but it is no guarantee. I believe that 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years from now, the markets are going to be significantly higher than where they are now, but we have no idea what's going to happen every day between them. So plan accordingly. That's how I plan to invest. That's how I plan to encourage people I talk to invest. Think about the long term. Don't get caught up on the day-to-day. All right, that was a really long answer to what is your investment philosophy. What's up, Maniac? Welcome, sir. All right, Maniac. I have to tell somebody. This is the first time I'm actually streaming live on Twitter. I like it, Maniac. From work or from school? Yeah, dude, I'm live streaming on Twitter right now. Yeah, dude. It's pretty cool. I have never done this before, so this is a first time. This is my first time here. So I am currently streaming on Twitch. Okay, I dig it. At the church. Um, I'm streaming on Twitch, Kick, TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube all at the same time. This is wild. I need like 5 monitors stacked right here. I hope your workday is going well, Maniac. I'm going through these articles and answering things and talking about them. Do you have any specific questions you want to ask? If not, no worries. I can go right into fee structure here. But I'll give Maniac a second here to ask his question. All right, then let's get into what is your fee structure? A very important question to ask an advisor. First, be sure to ask your advisor if they're fee only, meaning all their fees come from the client, or if they're fee based, which means they can take fees from the client as well as commissions and fees from other parties. The latter can create a conflict of interest. Very true. Looking for a new financial advisor? I knew it. This tool can match you to a fiduciary advisor who may meet your needs. What link is this to? Smart Asset. All right, I'm just having fun being young for a little bit longer. All right, Maniac, I hear you and I respect you. And because we're friends, I'm not going to push you too hard. But the earlier you start investing, the bigger impact there is. Compounding and essentially time in the market is one of the most important factors in how your investing will go. Even if it's a little bit now, it's better because you can't make up for lost time. Nobody talks about that. You can never make up for dollars you didn't invest today. All right. Ultimately, you want to ask if you're receiving at least as much value for the services as the fee you're paying, and if the compensation model and advice align with your best interests in mind. It says Certified Financial Planner Sam Schwartz at Anchor Point Wealth Management. We could talk about that later, Maniac, but especially right now, I don't know if your employer has any sort of retirement benefits, but you could potentially look into an IRA. But hey, if you want to talk about that stuff later, we can. But I would encourage you to start saving sooner rather than later. All right, so should we go over all these fees first and then I'll cover mine? Fixed fee. There's a growing portion of the wealth management industry that is moving toward flat and fixed fee offerings. This service is priced not as a percentage but rather in dollars and not only provides more transparency around costs but also better aligns the cost to all the areas where value is delivered. This is Certified Financial Planner Curtis Bailey at Quiet Wealth. Rates for fixed fee advisors vary based on location and experience, but most planners charge between $2,500 and $10,000 under a fixed fee structure. I have no problem with fixed fee. I think fixed fee makes people feel comfortable. God wants you to be a good steward of what he gives you, Maniac. I don't know the exact verse, but God wants you to be a good steward of what he gives you. So in a way, yes. Just like the squirrels, or what am I looking for here? Ants that put food away for the winter. God gives enough, but it's how we take care of those things. So a fixed fee can make people feel comfortable when it comes to fee. Like, I know I'm paying X amount as opposed to the assets under management and they don't know what they're getting. So for some people, it feels better to just cut a check. This is what I'm paying you every year, and that's not changing. That's okay. Hourly fee. Financial planners who charge hourly fees can be controversial, as some pros feel that hourly planning creates a barrier in the most trusted relationship a consumer might have with their financial advisor. From my experience, clients do not want an hourly fee barrier every time they have a question or need help from their advisor. I actually agree with this. I think hourly fee is stupid. It also creates a potential conflict of interest because maybe an hourly fee advisor takes longer to answer your questions than they maybe would have because hey, they can get a little bit more money. On the other hand, even though working on an hourly basis may be inherently more transactional than other fee models, by providing hourly fee structures, many younger but still successful and hardworking people can afford financial planning services, whereas they may not qualify to meet a firm's minimums otherwise. Hourly fees based on location and experience, but rates under the hourly fee structure tend to be $150 to $450 per hour. That's crazy. My highest tier on Patreon is $100 per month, and that's a crazy tier where we meet once a month. Yo, hit me, Maniac. What's the question? While you're asking that question, I need to find my brush. What kind of investment account should be first? Ooh, this is actually personal preference. I couldn't tell you specifically an account that would be good for everyone as a first. But as a young person, probably not making a ton of money, I would honestly look at a Roth IRA first. Roth IRAs you put after-tax money into, they grow tax-free, and you take distributions tax-free, assuming you reach the right age. And other qualifications for it as well. I could go deeper than that, but hey, welcome to the chat. A Dan XYZ, welcome to the chat. I don't know if you've heard anything I've talked about so far, but I've been a certified financial planner professional since 2014. I worked at Vanguard for 13 years, and our mission here is to empower millions of everyday people by making financial wisdom and guidance accessible to all, fostering widespread financial literacy. So, quit my job in July. And on August 1st, we relaunched the channel. Hey, so today is 2 weeks. So we relaunched the channel to help as many people as possible. I wouldn't doubt it, Maniac. Once people start to know a little bit about investing, certain things stand out. Roth IRAs haven't been around, I don't think, your dad's whole life. So a Roth IRA gives you the most bang for your buck over a long period of time. If you don't mind me asking, Dan, how'd you find me? Found you on the Twitch directory under stocks and bonds. I dig it. What sort of questions you got for me? As of right now, I've just been going through these different articles and everything, addressing my thoughts and feelings on them. My dad has a good relationship with his financial advisor and always likes his advice. I hope that's because your dad understands everything. So I've been covering things in these articles. Um, if you don't really get a full grasp on everything, every advisor is going to seem pretty good. Um, but I think from our previous conversations, your dad's a smart guy. He probably understands if his advisor is a fiduciary and things like that. All right, let's see here. Sorry, texting my wife. All right. I'll look into an account like that soon. I dig it, man. You can always put anything you can afford. So, all right. I'm not sure if I have any specific questions. I'm 18 and day trade is a hobby with spare cash, and I've been contributing to my IRA monthly. All right. So, do you have earned income, Dan? I turn 20 next month, so it's time to start being an actual adult. Yes, sir, Maniac. If I can encourage my kids to do anything, I'll actually, hopefully, they get earned income as children and start contributing as children to minor Roth IRAs. That's the hope. So, Dan, I'm assuming you have earned income, and that makes you eligible to contribute to an IRA. But tell me about this day trading. How are you measuring success when it comes? All right, I dig it, Dan. As long as you got some earned income and you can contribute to an IRA, that's great. But I would like to know about this day trading. How are you measuring success? While we're talking about that, I'm going to move on here to assets under management, and we can discuss that. So my measurement for success is making one to two good trades a week. But how do you know? So when you say good trades, are you coming up with your own and bringing in some extra cash to put into VU? All right, 500 index fund. So when you are measuring good trades, how are you measuring that? Are you doubling your money? Are you making a certain percent? Like, how do you measure success? Or a successful trade? And while you're doing that, assets under management. Some advisors charge an assets under management fee, which is a percentage based on the total number of funds being managed. The industry standard is 1%, but it's not uncommon to see assets under management raise above or below 1%. The reason so many firms charge an AUM is because they want to create deep, long-standing relationship with clients, and they want to do so with those they can create the largest impact, says Adam Koos, certified financial planner at Libertas Wealth Management. So assets under management is the most common. As your assets go up, the advisor makes more money as your assets go down with market movements, um, then your fee goes down as well. Ali Silly, how's it going? Welcome to the channel. I don't know if you've been hearing anything, but if not, just to give you some background, I'm a married father of three. I've been a certified financial planner professional or a financial advisor since 2014. I worked at Vanguard for 13 years, and our mission here is to empower millions of everyday people by making financial wisdom and guidance accessible to all, fostering widespread financial literacy. So I quit my job last month, relaunched the channel August 1st, and now we're looking to change the world. So if you have any questions about finances or know anybody who has questions about finances, go ahead and send them my way. And if Twitch isn't your favorite place, I'm on Twitch. I'm live streaming on Twitter, Kick, TikTok, and YouTube all at the same time right now. So it is kind of weird having multiple chat rooms open. I'm generally making investments based on news and only long-term VU. I look for 5 to 10% gain and then put a trailing stop loss and take those gains. All right. So do you day trade out of enjoyment? Because why not just put the money you're day trading with into VU in the first place? And I'm not necessarily recommending VU, but this is more of just a general question. Hey, all right, Allie. I'm glad I could help out. But why not put the money directly into like a 500 index fund? Are you thinking you're making more on your daily trades than you would be making if you just put the money that you had into VU? That's what I love to hear, Allie. We really want to help people. All right. Hey, Dan, I just want to tell you, if you end up outperforming the 500 index fund over a long period of time, you might have magical powers, and you need to look into harnessing those. Because one of the most difficult things to do is to beat an index. Like the best fund managers in the world can't beat the 500 index fund. You're 18, but you might have heard of the Buffett bet. If you look up Warren Buffett S&P 500 bet, you'll see it. But in short, he bet anybody, I think, $1 million to beat the S&P 500 index over a 5-year period. Not a single advisor did it. Not a single fund manager did it. So just something to consider. If you end up being awesome at it, could be something where you make a lot of money. You know what I mean? Hey, Allie, let's start from the beginning. If you are not very educated in these things, oh wait, are we on an ad break? For my Twitch people, can you guys see ads? I 100% agree. I guess that's why I'm really only looking for one to two good trades a day, because I understand my barriers. Yeah, I respect it, Dan. I'm not gonna lie. When I was a younger man, I also tried to make moves, use my own intelligence to make moves, but I was not successful, and because I was not successful, I quit. I quit doing it at all, and I now just am pretty much a broad index fund type investor. We can go over my strategies for when I do look to invest in individual portions and stuff like that. But all right, Allie, let's go from the beginning to look at what what I think you need to be successful in your financial life. If you wouldn't mind, if you have a piece of paper and a pen, what I'd like you to write down on the left side of your page vertically, so from top to bottom, is the word begin. B-E-G-I-N. Begin. We're going to go over my steps here for financial freedom to get you there. Number one, the most important thing, it's not sexy, it's not fun, but the number one most important thing is you have a budget. A very specific budget that tracks your dollars in, your dollars out. It shows you if you have a surplus, if you're running a deficit, all of that. You need to know your budget like the back of your hand. You need to understand what's happening with your money. And most people who think, oh, I spend around, they could be like 30 to 40% off if they don't actually write it down. You need to have your budget written down and know precisely what it is. From there, the E stands for emergency fund. Once you've figured out your budget, you've figured out your expenses, you need to figure out the expenses you cannot live without. That if you lost your job tomorrow, you still would have to pay XYZ, your rent, your gas, your car insurance. There's quite a few of them. But you need to figure out what bills cannot be bypassed even if you lose your job. From there, you create an emergency fund based on those. The absolute minimum that I would feel comfortable with, the absolute minimum, and this isn't what I recommend, would be 3 months. You need to have 3 months of basic living expenses to the side for if you lose your job, in hopes that you find a job and can make your income back within that 3 months. What I actually recommend is somewhere around 12 months of emergency funds. Some people like to go even further than that because in recent history, COVID, there were a lot of people without a job for a long time. It changed the way they thought about money and their relationship with money. So if you should have somewhere between 3 and 24 months of emergency funds. You know, what makes you feel comfortable? I think you line up right around 12 months. From there, the G stands for goals. You need to set specific goals. Very common one is retirement. I would like to spend $50,000 a year when I retire in 2055. Okay, well, first, are you talking about $50,000 in today's dollars or in future dollars? You're probably talking future dollars, so you need to take your $50,000 today and inflate it for what that's going to be in 2055 or whatever we talked about. And then you need to figure out what income sources you're going to have in retirement. Subtract those away from your goals, and then figure out how much you're going to need to pull from your portfolio every year to live your life the way you want to in retirement. That's just one very specific goal for retirement. That works for all of your goals. Next, after you have that goal, now it's time to invest. The I is invest/save for that goal. And we're actually going to come back to this because this is a repeatable process. But you're going to invest/save for that goal. So for retirement, you know that you need to save up to, let's just say, $2.5 million. But how are you going to get there, right? You're going to have to come up with we have your time horizon, but we need to come up with your risk tolerance, the type of fluctuations you're comfortable with in the market while you're investing. If you are extremely comfortable with markets tanking and you're not going to sell out and do anything to permanently harm your portfolio, maybe you stay 100% stock. But if you have some, nerves or anxiousness, maybe you pair up some stock with some bonds to mitigate those downturns in the market. So just things that you want to consider. Now, for short-term goals, you're probably not going to have an asset allocation, right? If you're trying to buy a car in 3 years or have a down payment for a house in 3 years, you're probably not going to be, or you probably shouldn't be invested in stocks. Because if the stock market tanks close to or when you want to buy or use that money, it won't be there for you to use it. So you might just be in cash. But you still need to have a savings plan to make sure you have that amount of cash before you get there. Right? So now we're at B, budget, E, emergency fund, G, goals, I for investing / savings, and the N is for navigate. Your life is going to change. You start off as a single person, and then maybe you get married. Maybe you have kids. Maybe you have 13 dogs, 9 cats, horses, and goats. Maybe you have a farm. Maybe you have a business. Maybe you want to put those kids through college. It doesn't really matter what happens in your life. You're going to need to navigate and change your financial plan as things change in your life. So that's where the N for navigate comes from. If your life is going to change, which it will, you need to be able to change with it, change your retirement plan, change your goals. You need to be able to flex and fluctuate just be flexible in changing what you want to do. All right. I don't even know if Allie is still here. That was mostly for Allie, but that's also for anybody who happens to be listening there. Does anybody have any questions on any of that? If not, we will jump back into this article. Actually, I need to use the restroom and then we do that. But I did find my brush. Yo! Soft, thanks for the prime, brother. 1 year, 12-month streak. Oh man, my headset's off, so I didn't even hear the chime, but whoo! Look at that. Look at that sick subscriber badge you have. That looks like me from about 6 years ago, before all this gray came through. But there's more coming, Soft. More coming. I appreciate you, Soft. I really do. Oh, yeah. I think that's the biggest the beard gets at 1 year. But there are still changes coming, Soft. There are still changes coming. All right. I'm going to use the restroom, grab a drink, and then I will be right back. If you have any questions, throw them. Otherwise, we will continue talking about financial planners and things to think about and consider as we read this article. I will be right back, guys. All right, let's get back into this. All right, so I think we talked about assets under management, but just to kind of finalize that, assets under management is sort of a way to pay for performance. If your portfolio goes up in value, your advisor's fees will go up. If your portfolio goes down, your advisor's fees will go down. So for a lot of people, that helps make it fair. It's also, it's not the easiest, but it's easy for people to understand. I'm just paying a percent of this. Commissions. If your advisor is working on commission, there's always the possibility that there will be a source of conflict. Very true. Asking your advisor if they're recommending or selling products that will pay them a commission is an indication that they're not a fiduciary and therefore not necessarily giving you financial advice that puts your best interests ahead of their own. Very true. Commissions are a dangerous game in the finance world. If you are working with somebody on commissions, and especially if they're not upfront about it, that's very scary. They should be upfront about it, and then they should be able to tell you the why, right? If I had a product that I absolutely believed in, XYZ fund from XYZ company, if I had a reason that I sold that product, that I believed in it, I thought it was the best, it was number one, I decided to partner up with them in a commission-based relationship, I would tell people that, and I would be proud of it because I'm repping them. But if somebody who's going to be shady about it, who doesn't tell you up front about the commission and why they've chosen that, be leery, run away. So if we go back, I guess you could say I'm fixed fee, because I guess you could pay for my Patreon, but you're not really paying for the advice, you're paying for the community. So anyway, I have 5, 10, I think 25 and $100 Patreon. Otherwise it's just whatever people donate or subscribe to the channel. So then eventually there will be merchandise, but we'll get there. All right, what type of clients do you typically have? Asking an advisor what type of client they typically work with can help you find someone familiar with situations like yours. After learning how an advisor is paid, the next most important factors revolve around finding a good fit. If you're a small business owner, you probably want to work with a financial planner who has many other clients like you. Similarly, if you have small children or are a single parent, you may want to ask your planner if he or she has experience with clients with similar backgrounds. That's one reason it could be helpful to ask friends for referrals in addition to searching for professionals online. I guess after a certain amount of time, every financial advisor is going to have a background on a lot of things and be working with a lot of different clients, different types of clients. I don't know that this is really a good question. Unless there are some advisors who are like, I only work with this type of person. Okay. But they're probably going to let you know that up front because they don't want to work with you as much as you may not want to work with them. All right. How will we work together? It's important to gauge expectations from the get-go, and asking your advisor how you'll work together and in what capacity is the first step in ensuring you're on the same page. At the very least, an advisor should be checking in with their client annually to see how they're doing. Go over their performance and discuss potential changes moving forward. It says Certified Financial Planner Eric Prazonia at One Up Financial. I'm going to address that first. There's some clients who don't need to be addressed every year. Some clients who don't need it. They trust the advisor. Don't let someone else's expectations shame you into what you're expecting. Sometimes it's sort of like cutting your lawn. Everybody can cut their own lawn, but a lot of people pay someone else to do it. Do you check with them once every 6 months, once a year? Hello, how are you mowing my lawn this year? No, because you don't care. You could meet with them. You could ask questions, but most people do not care. And that's how a lot of people are with their investments. I don't want to deal with it. I want my financial advisor to take care of it for me. So if you want to meet with your advisor, they should be willing to meet with you. But if you don't want to meet with your advisor, don't feel shamed into it. While face-to-face meetings used to be the norm, since the start of the pandemic, many advisors have moved to virtual-based relationships. CFPs are held to very high ethical standards, and working face-to-face or virtually doesn't change that. We could charge a lot less because we do not rent an office, says Mark Kinsella at Family Financial Planning Services. Hey, do you think I could ever get quoted in one of these magazines? One of these articles? According to Luke Halter at Free Advice Guy. Yeah, that makes sense. Lots of virtual. I guess my whole thing here is virtual, though I do plan to do live in-person things as well. What resources will I have access to through you? Depending on what your needs are, your financial advisor may recommend more specific professionals to assist in creating a streamlined plan. In the process of evaluating a client's circumstances, we identify if and when another professional is needed. If there's an insurance need, we may discuss the topic with their agent or refer one if they don't have one. We often attend client appointments with the estate planning attorney in order to help the process along. Coordinating with other professionals, whether the tax advisor, estate attorney, or insurance agent, helps to ensure that everyone is working in a cohesive manner so nothing is done by one party that will come in conflict with what the other is trying to do. Says Certified Financial Planner Joe Favorito at Landmark Wealth Management. I appreciate that, Maniac. Let's go. One day we'll see my name in an article. What resources will I have access to? So this is a double-edged sword. If your advisor is referring you to specific people, there could potentially be a kickback thing going on. They refer a client to these professionals. These professionals send them money. Fiduciaries are supposed to acknowledge that and let the client know, but they may or may not do that. So just something to consider there. Let's see. All right, we got more questions. Let's go. Oof. Yikes, lots of questions. Let's go. Hey, Maniac, do you think I should email them and say what I do? Maybe they could refer people to me if they're just looking for some non-specific financial planning and guidance. I think that could be fun. Something to consider. All right. We'll consider it, Maniac. We'll consider it. We'll make a team decision later. I'm 70 and living sufficiently on Social Security. I don't know that any of the people watching or connecting to this stream will be into this, but give you something to think about for later in life. I'm 70 and living sufficiently on Social Security. That means they've budgeted properly, have no debt, and don't have many expenses. It's a good point, Maniac. They may blow me off. I bet you they have paid relationships. And I'm now in a low tax bracket. I paid off my small apartment, and I'm without debts. Love that. This is how you want to live, by the way, when you're an old person. No debt, no mortgage. You're paying for utilities and food. That's where you want to be as an old person. I guess insurance too if you want it. I consider living abroad in Southeast Asia, in either Thailand or Malaysia, because they have low cost of living. Temporarily when the weather in my area hits low 20s. I still have pension money with the company I worked at before retirement, and I have a traditional IRA. The total pension plus the IRA is around $500,000. Thinking of transferring the pension money into the current IRA, but not withdrawing it in a lump sum in order to avoid paying taxes. I understand that at age 72 and a half or maybe 73, I have to do the required minimum distributions, what they're called. But in Thailand or Malaysia, when you're over 50, yeah, a lot of people retire there. I think my buddy was going to go retire in Puerto Rico. What's the best move for me considering my company pension? Also, when it's time to do required minimum distributions, will the yearly withdrawal affect my tax status? Yes. If so, what are the appropriate taxes I need to pay based on gross income, including Social Security? Is this something an advisor could help me with? If so, what kind? All right. Yeah. So what's your main concern there? Language maniac? Because a lot of these places, your dollar goes a lot further than here in America. So you could live like a king if you're willing to go to other parts of the country or other parts of the world. Alaska is expensive, man. And then it gets super cold. Then you got like 24 hours of darkness, 24 hours of light. Alaska's a crazy place, man. You're crazy. Hey, since Alaska came up, have you heard of the Boneyard Maniac? If you haven't and you like Alaska, you should look up the Alaskan Boneyard. The Alaskan Boneyard is crazy, man. One of the coolest stories I've ever seen. They dated those woolly mammoth. Yeah, I want to go. I want to go to Alaska as well. They dated some of those woolly mammoth much more recent than we thought they went extinct. It's kind of wild. All right. So a few things about this lady's thing. We'll see if they go into it, but she doesn't state how much her pension is. Because she has Social Security and she's living off that sufficiently, maybe she doesn't need the income from the pension, but agreed. Carbon dating, they're starting to find flaws in carbon dating. But it's possible the pension would actually be a benefit here, having more guaranteed income, but we'd have to know, and we'd have to know how the client feels about it. That's interesting. The total pension, I wonder what the payout is of the pension and how long it would take to receive payments that would go beyond the total pension payout amount. So we won't know that because the client is not answering. Wow, this is a long answer. All right. Sounds like you set yourself up for retirement by keeping expenses low. Yep. Based on what you're saying, moving your pension IRA is probably a good move. See, I don't like that. They're answering too much, being too specific on this without actually knowing how much the pension is or how much the specific pension payout is. So this feels like, I don't know, you're going too far in your answer. So they're asking or bringing up proper caveats here. There are some important questions you need to ask yourself when thinking about the pension. Is it covering your life only, or do you have a partner? Yeah, that's good. Are you in good health? If you're healthy and have longevity in your family, are married, and the monthly income amount is a better or similar rate of return than you can expect to get in the markets, then pension may be best. Yeah, these questions are tough in a we're going to write you a letter, now answer the question, because you have to make a lot of assumptions and ask questions in your response. So that's kind of wild. For anybody watching the channel, if you like what you see, give a like, give a follow, give a subscribe. I've been a certified financial planner professional since 2014. I worked at Vanguard for 13 years, and our mission is to empower millions of everyday people by making financial wisdom and guidance accessible to all, fostering widespread financial literacy. We believe that everyone can live a better life if they know how to properly take care of their money. So let's see here. I don't know if this question is the most exciting thing for viewers to see, because I don't know how many viewers are going to be like this. It's too specific for like one or two cases. Are you talking about this story or carbon dating, Maniac? All right, let's get a different one. The Advisor. Allison Wolfson. What is her background? Let's take a look at Allison Wolfson. Is a freelance writer for Market Watch picks. It does not show personal finance columnist, Market Watch. Where are her credentials? That's what I want to know. What are her credentials? Doesn't matter, I guess. Let's see here. All right. I cannot find Alyssa Wolfson's credentials, so close that out. I inherited money, but my dad's advisor is charging me 1.5% on 500K. Am I getting ripped off? Most likely. I've recently inherited an investment account with a large investment banking company. I know nothing about investing or fees. The advisor my father was using is charging me 1.5% on approximately $500,000. Yikes. $7,500. From what I'm reading, the standard is 1%. I don't know what all that includes. Am I paying too much? Is there a specific type of advisor who would be suited to handle this portfolio for a lesser fee? Look at that. This whole thing is like so they could push this. I'm actually going to click this, see what it does. Paying 1.5% on a 500,000 in assets being managed could be viewed on the higher side of an advisory fee, especially if all the advisor is providing is investment advice. They're providing a full suite of financial services such as cash flow advice, insurance advice, estate, blah, 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 and it would be more reasonable. In fact, most advisors would likely charge close to 1% for a portfolio of your size. Pros tell us. That's true. Yeah, carbon dating does suck. Many flaws with it. Many flaws. It probably is time to get a second opinion from a few other financial advisors. 1.5% is just crazy high. Um, Depending on how in depth you need, again, this is biased because I work there, so I'm calling it out right now. But Vanguard charges 30 basis points for their asset management. Um, Depending on your advisor, almost every advisor there can talk to you about a multitude of different topics and all that sort of stuff and manage your assets that are invested accounts. So if you're paying 1.5%, that's crazy. They would have to be giving you so much value for that to be worthwhile, and it's hard to imagine somebody being able to provide 1.5% worth of value. Now, what's funny is when you have a crazy high amount of assets, right? You got $100 million. Now it's possible that your financial advisor could be giving you more value for that percent. But because you have that much assets under management, they're actually going to charge you less of a percentage. It's sort of funny how that works out. The more money you have, the less they charge, even though they can have more of an impact for you. But they're already sort of, when you're high up, you're already being, when you have a lot of money, you're actually subsidizing other people to have their assets managed. I don't know that people know that, but all right. This was anticlimactic. I don't know which of these articles would be good. Hey, Soft, if you're still here, Google Forms. Yo, what's up, Zeke? Welcome back to the channel. If you want to hear something crazy, Zeke, I added another one. I'm streaming on Twitch, Kick, TikTok, YouTube, and as of today, I am streaming on Twitter. I'm streaming right now, or X. Please don't be upset with me, Elon, if you see this. X. I will try my best. It's just like ingrained in me to call it Twitter, but I got a lot going on. So I'm trying to be maniac, trying to get as many eyes as possible. Yo, and my TikTok from 2 days ago and last night it's not a lot of views, so I don't really want to talk about it, but it got more views than any of my previous TikToks got, and I don't understand why. Yes, sir, Zeke. Yes, sir. It's not that he would ban me, but I don't even want Elon to be irked with me. And if he came onto my stream, right, what if he turned in right at that moment and I was like, I'm streaming on Twitter, and he's like, free advice guy is dead to me because I called it Twitter instead of X. That could happen, maniac. That could happen. Man, I am nowhere near those numbers, Zeke. Nowhere near. I think I have 180 followers on Twitter and like 7 followers on TikTok. But that's why we grind, baby. We're 2 weeks into this. We're 2 weeks into this. Really, Zeke? All right. And you do a lot through LinkedIn, you said, correct? All for the financial people. Yeah, because this might seem silly, but I've avoided really posting much on LinkedIn because my whole network is finance, all previous Vanguard people and all that. I got invited to Gamescom Invest Circle next week. Yo, that's sick. Are you going? Me and Maniac have the same vernacular. But I haven't posted on LinkedIn because my network, I don't know, it feels weird for my previous network to see the things I'm posting. Nice. Dude, my man Zeke, you're somebody, man. I hope to be somebody one day, Zeke. I hope to be. On my way to changing the world. I hope to become somebody. And I appreciate that, Maniac. Nope, we just said the same thing, Maniac. I like it, Zeke. My wife helps dying people. That's somebody. Yo, I love that. My wife takes care of the kids, and she's also my CFO. And if you look at my videos on my different social medias, she puts the final editing touch on most of my videos. I clip them, and then she adds the final touch to it. Oh yeah, sounds like Zeke's got a W wife as well. So is she like a hospice nurse, Zeke? I agree. Ranked number one radiant wife, NA. All right. All right. So I kind of want to start incorporating a Google document, like a Google form, into the stream. You should get a wife, Maniac. My biggest, I couldn't change this, but my biggest regret in life is no. If I could change anything, I would have made me and my wife closer in age and met younger. Yeah, kind of. She is a level below nurse, but a level above caretaker. It's a hybrid thingy. She is studying palliative care now, so she would be a specialist palliative care health worker, I guess. I like that, man. My mom went through hospice care. She passed away in 2015. What brand wife did you get? How much do they cost? Hey, a Go Wife costs you nothing, Maniac. They actually, it's going to sound cheesy, but they pay you. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, my mom died in 2015, and she went through hospice care. I can only imagine the difficulty of being a hospice care uh, taker. But man, those people they're special. They're absolutely special. It's cheesy, Maniac, but it's also true. A good wife doesn't feel like paying, or it doesn't feel like you're paying anything, man. It feels like they're paying you. My wife might be home. Might need to go help out. Oh man, a 7-year-old Zeke. Yikes. Yeah, it takes a special person to be in hospice care, no doubt. All right, I'll be right back. My wife needs help getting the kids and stuff inside. I will be right back, chat. If you have any questions or want me to just talk about anything, throw it in the chat and we'll talk about it. Be right back. All right, she'll be inside in a second, and I might have to go eat. But for now, we keep chatting. We keep chatting. All right, I'll have to talk with Soft later because he talked about Google Forms being a good place to go. What is your current age? Let's go here. Next. I don't want to do this anymore. Look at all these questions. I answered one question. I'm only 4%. It's like 25 questions, man. Yo, what's up, Caleb? How are things going, man? This actually came up earlier. Have you already started saving for retirement, Caleb? Or are you in the I'm too young to worry about it category? Yeah, there we go, Caleb. Help my boy Maniac. Help my boy Maniac. Zeke, I forgot. You are in, what is it, Norway? We don't really do pensions in America anymore, my friend. Unfortunately, nobody does pensions here anymore. Dude, Zeke, I don't know how I keep remembering these little facts about you. I generally have a hard time remembering specifics, but I like all these little things keep popping in. All right. Lots of stuff I've been taking care of money wise. Sounds good, Caleb. I'm going to assume you have a budget, you have an emergency fund. With school, and I need to get a new car, and I got to get an emergency. Oh, an engagement ring? Soonish? My man's got these huge life changes, and I find out on stream. Come on, Caleb. There you go. Listen to Zeke there. Your engagement ring fund should not come out of your emergency fund. But you probably already know that. Ring pop. Hey, a good girl, a good wife won't really care. They just want something that looks pretty and looks good on their hand. Yo, I like that. This, I don't know if this is going to come up on stream, but this is a tungsten steel ring. I actually wear two rings. But the tungsten steel was the first one that we found, but I knew it was going to have to come off when we worked out or did anything. And then we have I think these are silicone rings. They never come off. She told me if I propose with a baby goat, it's an automatic yes. That's what I'm talking about. Getting my wife a lifesaver for her ring. There you go. It's got to be at least a gummy maniac to get over the finger. I want to make a zirconium ring, to be honest. Is the cubic zirconium the one that looks like diamond? Also, have you ever thought about diamond? It's not a use asset. It's literally useless. It's just rare. I wore my ring to the gym forever, and every scratch was proof of my dedication. Hey, I respect that, Zeke. To my body for the sake of my wife and kids. I respect that. Yeah, the silicone one's definitely a W. Definitely a W. But diamonds are for some reason expensive, even though they're absolutely useless. At least gold and silver have a use purpose to them. Yeah, they're precious metals, but they can also conduct and do different things. Like, they actually have a use to them. My dad almost had to get his finger amputated. Yeah, was it soft gold maniac? He hit his hand with something and it started swelling on his ring finger. Don't they use diamonds for cutting and stuff? Alright, that's kind of true, Caleb. They can use a diamond to cut stuff. But that can be any garbage diamond. Yeah, that's true. But they don't care about clarity and all that sort of stuff for those types of diamonds. But yeah, the scariest thing, and part of the reason I went with this tungsten steel, is if it loses its integrity, it'll just snap and break into pieces. But like people have talked about, they've accidentally crunched their metal rings, and it's cut off the circulation in their fingers. So raw diamonds are more expensive than cut ones? Really? Why? Takes away from the value to have it altered? Maybe. Because I thought the whole purpose of the diamond, the reason it becomes valuable is because of the, what do they call it? Color, clarity, and cut. Right? If it's a D and a, man, what is the VVS? Very, very, I know D is colorless. All right, hold on a second. Diamond rating system. Let's go to jewelry designs. What do we say? Oh, here we go. Clarity, flawless, FL. A friend of mine bought an insane watch with 2,000 diamonds. What? Looks like an absolute gangster piece, but in a good way. Extremely rich guy, of course. Bought it for his kids to inherit. Man, that's kind of sick. Kids are going to be fighting over the sick watch. See, I'm not a watch guy. I don't care. I don't wear any watches. I don't have anything. I don't have a fancy timepiece or a monocle. I like that, Caleb. It definitely does. Yeah. A monocle would be kind of sick on me. Meh, see? Meh. All right. Give me one sec here. My wife may be here with some food, so I might have to take a break. All right. All right. I have a joke thing I'm gonna do. Hold on one second. All right. Are you ready for this? Let's see here. Been playing Battlefield 2042 recently, and it slaps. I've always been a fan. Caleb, I've seen you've been streaking on Valorant as well. You're up to Diamond. For Halloween, you got to do that. It absolutely sucked when it came out. It's like Diablo 3. No way, Caleb. You're ranking up, baby. All right, you ready for this, Maniac? Are you ready? Wait. Huh? I can't get it to work. See? All right. That's a joke between me and my wife because she made her laugh. I would put them both in. It's from a shape sorter for the kids. I would do it as put in the shape sorter and put those on. So, yeah, made her giggle, and that's always been a thing. And then when you said monocle, it made me think about it. All right, Soft, I'm going to need you to talk me through this Google Forms thing so I can get something up there for questions and everything. All right. All for you, free advice girl. All for you. All right, give me one sec. I think it's food time. All right, everybody. Free of charge. If you ever end up in Norway, my Airbnb is open to you. I love that, Zeke. Appreciate you, man. All right, guys. I need to take a break. I need to go and eat real quick. I imagine I'll be back in 10 to 15 minutes. I've been eating healthy, and my wife decided to bring me canes. So I must do what I must do and eat the canes. So I'll be back. Give me like 10 or 15 minutes. Please, if you have any questions or anything that you would like to discuss, please throw it up in the chat. And when I get back, we'll talk about it. Otherwise, we'll go into more of these. And then Maniac, if you can think, or Zeke, if you can think of any articles I can read or anything to kind of discuss as I'm going through here, that'd be good. I went over a couple of articles earlier and they were good, but this one, yeah, I've already gone over. So none of these are really relatable to investors. So anyway, I will be back shortly. Talk to you soon after I eat. Be right back. I forgot to put up the BRB screen. I will do that. You could look at X stocks. What is X stocks, Maniac? I will be right back. Let's see here. Boom. Nope, not dinner. Boom. Oh, they all say the same thing? Okay. Let's see here. All right. We are back. Let's go. I still don't know what X stocks are, but we can figure that out. Okay, let's see here. All right. All right, hit me, Caleb. What could we talk about? Or what articles could we review? And then, if one of you guys wouldn't mind quality checking, today is my first stream on Twitter. I just want to see that everything looks good, sounds good, comes through okay. When combining bank accounts, what should you be looking for with banks? Or what are best strategies? Oof. All right, this one's actually kind of tough, Caleb. You probably want reliability in your bank above everything. What are the chances that bank could fail? And this is actually really hard to know that a bank could fail. But essentially, is anybody going to make a run on their money at that bank? Like, I'm not going to recommend any specific bank, but if that's something, what is it, Bank of America? JP Morgan Chase. One of these banks has the most amount of cash on hand. ETH Trader, what is this? Finance, economy, cryptocurrency? Ooh, we could go into Reddit and look at stuff, I guess. I don't have an account though. But banks are... There's multiple things you could look at, and the reason you can't give a specific answer on this is the number one bank is because different things matter to different people. Some people just want to know that their bank is going to be around and that it's not about to collapse, and that's really hard to know unless they have a lot of cash on hand, which I believe JP Morgan Chase has a lot on hand. Could be Bank of America as well. I forgot which one. For some, it's who pays the most. But then you got to think about, why is that bank paying what they're paying? Are they paying the amount that they're paying because they are in danger of failing, or what? So that's a really tough question, Caleb. Do you have anything more specific than that you want me to answer? Cryptocurrency, economy. See here. Yeah. Long established banks, banks with a lot of assets, banks with not a lot of debt. Those sort of things matter. In today's world, if a bank is going to collapse, it's probably going to be picked up by another bank that is high on cash. So that's something you want to think about as well. It's really not. I don't know. It's not a simple question, Caleb. It's not a simple question. And what matters to you might not matter to me. What matters to me might not matter to you. Things like that. So think about the things that are most important to you, and then find a bank that has those things. Let's go to finance. Should I be afraid? If you're around tonight, I can help you set up the form. It should only take... Yes, sir, Soft. Yes, sir. And can one of you guys check the Twitter and see that it's functioning well and all of that? I don't know how chat really works on there, so that's one thing. But I mostly want to see that video and audio are coming through okay. I think you could just go to twitter.com or x.com/freeadviceguy1, unfortunately, but that's okay, Caleb. Don't worry about it. I can maybe ask my wife to do it later. All right. Trying to look at other things that would be worthwhile to discuss here. All right. When should I start a money marketing account? And how much should I start putting into it monthly? It's a great question, Caleb. So, number one, you got to figure out, is this after you've already put together your budget? So you know how much extra money you have every month. Would this money market be for your emergency fund, or what would it be for? I was going to start one this summer, but then things happen and I need to look for a different car. So this money has a use for it already. You're trying to buy a car with it. Uh-oh. That's not good. So, all right. So it wouldn't be for your emergency fund, but it would be for just different things in life that you need. We'll call it like a general spending fund. Would that be not your emergency fund, but a general spending fund, Caleb? Does that kind of sound right? Separate emergency fund, like down payment for a house in the future. Ah. All right. So those are two different things. You're also fluctuating between 35 and 40 viewers. Yo, let's go Twitter. Nobody's chatting in Twitter, though. I don't know. Like, are they bots, Soft, or are they actual people? Who knows? Just somehow to build the money that I'm not using. So, two things. You're going to want your down payment money to be its own money. And you're going to want to put a time horizon on that. Because then you can figure out how to invest it over what amount of time and an asset allocation that you're comfortable with, Caleb. So we could talk about that. Otherwise, once you have your budget, your emergency fund, you need to set goals up, and then you can figure out how much you want to put in. So, right after you have your budget, you're going to know you have $500 a month that you have total extra. How do you want to split that up? You know, if you want to put 400 of it towards a down payment, that'll get you 4,800 a year, and over the next 5 years, that'll get you 24,000 plus any growth, so maybe 25,000. And then another 100 towards other stuff. They get you $1,200 a year, or almost 5,000 over 4 years. So save as much as you can in a general spending account, um, without, yeah, because it's not locked in. So if you put it into a general savings account, it's just sitting there. But you never want it to go too high unless you have an actual purpose for it, because otherwise it should go towards retirement or some other goal. Ooh, that was long-winded. What do you think? Trying to see if there's anything on Reddit worth talking about. All these articles are whatever. Let's see here. Cryptocurrency economy, ETH trader, Ethereum trader. Another thing I just thought of was when I am looking for different types of accounts, should I be looking for different banks for each that give me the best benefits in the respective accounts? So this is another one that's purely on preference. If you, because different banks are going to offer you different things. A bank that's more secure might not offer you the same interest rate on your account. A bank that's less secure might offer you more of an interest rate. Or should I be trying to limit the number of places that my money is in, because I know that don't put all your eggs in one basket. So the reason you would want to switch banks is because you feel that a bank collapse is possible, which of course is always something that could happen. But like, to give you another example, I keep all my money. I have one bank account that I keep my emergency fund in. We have our checking account, and then actually we can get into my layered savings approach if you want here in a second. But all like my investments are in one place, because I don't really feel the need to be in different companies when I'm really invested in the same thing regardless of what company I'm in. So find the banks that you trust, or the bank that you trust, and keep it simple. If you have multiple accounts, I know this is going to sound weird, but you run into people who hit 50 years old and completely forgot that they had a bank, or they had an IRA or a 401k sitting at a company. Like, it's kind of funny. They just simply forget. Simply forget. All right, let's check out. Which one did we just look at? Was it economy or, oh no, it was finance. Economy. Yep, we could definitely talk about that, Caleb. What sort of questions you got? We could talk about credit cards and credit scores. Yeah, I actually think it's a website called creditcards.com. And you're going to want to essentially shop what gives you the best. For me, for years, I've had an airline miles card. So I haven't paid for a flight in a long time, and that's with a wife and kids. But I know a lot of people like money back. So, and I'm not recommending anything, but like the Costco credit card gives you, I think, 2% back on all purchases or something like that. So, you know, it's nice to get money back on things you were going to purchase anyway. But I think it's credit card or creditcards.com. And they'll have a bunch that you can apply to. You could also go to your local bank and get a basic credit card through them. Sometimes they have what do they call them, benefits or things attached to them as well. Because yeah, I want to start building my credit because I will be graduating this coming May. So I'm going to move out after that and find an apartment. Yeah, credit card's a good way to do it. Always be smart with your credit cards. We may have already talked about this before, and you may already know this, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to do my due diligence. If you are going to pay for it anyway, you might as well put it on a credit card, right? Put all your bills that you can on a credit card, unless they charge you a fee for it. But do all of your automatic stuff on the credit card as much as you can to build it up. Because if you were going to pay for it anyway, you might as well build up your credit for it. But try not to put things that you want on the credit card. Only things you were going to purchase anyway. Yup. Those are perfect. Those are perfect, Caleb. Those are perfect. Sounds good, Caleb. Man, none of these things seem very interesting to talk about, or I don't know that you guys would be interested in hearing about any of these things or my thoughts on any of these things. Let's see this right here. Nah, the reason people aren't feeling it is because our dollars are worth less now. Inflation has robbed our purchasing power. You can talk about the different reasons for inflation being what it is, but that's why. This person, Samzo, has no idea what the economy is. Man, it's crazy coming to Reddit and seeing what people think of like the overall economy. And this dude is literally just making stuff up. Cars are lasting longer. Yikes. $30. All right, Caleb. So, how do you think the economy is going to change in the coming year? That's actually a really difficult question to answer specifically. Um, we have a pretty pivotal thing coming in the next 4 months, the election. I think there will be, I think things will happen based on the election for the economy. I think Trump has talked about opening up the economy more, and um, I think Kamala has talked about dialing back the economy. I think we'll have less regulation, so it'll be easier to do business under Trump. More regulation, harder to do business under Kamala. But at the same time, um, presidents are only one piece of how the system works. So if your Congress are different parties and we have a mix and match between president and Congress, then we can't really move much. So we're probably not going to have too much change. So it all depends, man. I think we are being led to be in a constant state of fear. And while things aren't great when it comes to money for everybody, most people are still able to eat, have a place, a roof over their head, things like that. So it's trying to keep perspective on everything. That is a great question, Acer. Let me tell you, I am a certified financial planner professional. I have been one since 2014. I worked for Vanguard for 13 years. I just quit in July, or my last day was in July. So I am an actual financial fiduciary financial advisor. Welcome to the channel. To give you a little more background, I'm a married father of three, and our mission here at the channel is to empower millions of everyday people by making financial wisdom and guidance accessible to all, fostering widespread financial literacy. We believe that everyone can live a better life if they know how to properly take care of their money. So I quit my job to pursue this dream of changing the world. So I appreciate you coming through, Acer. That is correct. And your question is actually something I worry about all the time. Like, do people think I'm just some phony fraud? But you can actually look me up. My name's Luke Halter. I can't use the Certified Financial Planner designation without stating my name, so or at least making it accessible. So if you go to freeadviceguy.com or all that, and the beard is probably not even full here, so it's actually a little bit longer than it even looks on stream. So anyway, yeah, man, I am here to help the world. So if you have questions, or your friends or your family has questions, yeah, let's go, Caleb. Let's brush it. So if you have questions, friends or family have questions, I'm here to help, man. It's a really good question. The answer, Acer, is very difficult. If you don't want me asking before I go down this, because I don't want to say a bunch of stuff you already know, but how old are you? Were you aware of the world during the 08-09 downturn? 32. So born in 92. So you were a teenager. Do you remember what it felt like, what your parents felt, what your neighbors felt, and all of that? So I'll answer your question first, and then I'll give some background. It might not pop. Uh, you can look at different experts. I've heard as early as this month that it was going to pop, but the problem is a bunch of people over the last, well, up until a year ago, but For 10 years, people were able to get mortgages for very low interest rates. So if they wanted to sell their house now and take their equity, they would be moving into a more expensive house with a more expensive mortgage. It's not worth it. Nobody's going to leave their house when their house is actually affordable. So who and what is going to pop the market, the housing market, that is? I'm looking for something like government finally putting a law in place about buying houses as an investment. Actually, Acer, we're probably similar in this, but very different. I think you, as an American, should be able to own 10 houses, and there is no problem for that. What I'm about to say is controversial, by the way, Acer, and I apologize if it rubs you wrong. But number one, non-American citizens should not be able to own American land or houses, period. That is one of the very first problems we have. You as a human being will never own land in Los Angeles because it's an international market. You're not just competing against people in America. You're competing against people all over the world. It's not just the Chinese, man. It's everyone. But you're right. Chinese is a big part, but it's everyone all over the world. Number two, and this is where people get really upset with me. Excuse my language. I am a bit vulgar. I don't care. Number two, I don't know how else to word it. There are countless numbers of illegal aliens in America occupying homes. There's probably north of 30 million people here that are undocumented. Where are they living? They're living somewhere. And because of their living, they're taking up homes, which is decreasing the supply. Or you could look at it this way: those 30 million people are increasing demand. And when demand increases, prices go up. So, yeah, I live in Arizona. I lived in Texas. So there are many things making it difficult to buy a home, and a law that you can only own one home or an investment home isn't really the problem. It's supply and demand. Rents and prices are way higher than they should be because of the amount of people here that shouldn't be here. There we go. What are your thoughts and questions on that? Well, I may not be correct on this, but I assumed it wasn't so much the American people owning houses, so much as the investment firms and outside firms that aren't even American. Okay, so I can actually, we're probably on the same page here, because I don't think corporations, and this is tough, because if you have a family LLC, right? If you end up buying 3 houses and you create a family LLC and you put them in there to move your risk, I don't really have a problem with that. And you would have to think about, if you were to create a law, you'd have to think about how it wouldn't be abused and it would be handled properly. But I agree with you that someone like a BlackRock or a State Street shouldn't be able to buy single family homes. As weird as it sounds, if they want to own corporate real estate, I'm actually probably against that too. I don't like the idea of corporations with bottomless pockets owning different assets, where they can literally come in and just buy things cash, when you and I could never do something like that. So you are correct. But if we got out for an investment, people who shouldn't be living here in the first place, and corporations owning single family homes, or really any homes, then that would fix most of the problems with the real estate. So then in that sense, this next election is really going to decide all of this. How do I word this, Caleb? The best I can give you is a maybe. No matter who you're rooting for, let's just say you're rooting for Trump. Did Trump get everything he wanted accomplished? Nope. There's always roadblocks and hindrances in his way. He never even got to get his cabinet fully confirmed, which is ridiculous. They slow walked his entire administration. First one, I believe, in history to not be able to confirm his entire administration. Has Biden gotten everything he wanted accomplished? Nope. Politicians say and do things to keep their jobs. They don't actually work for you. They don't actually work for me. They do what they do to get voted in, and then they want to stay there forever as parasites. That's probably too bold for me to say on stream, but that's really how I feel. I honestly think there are 8 to 10 people fighting for their constituents in both parties. In the Senate, maybe 20 in the House. And the rest of them are just happy to take our money and not really do much for us. And that is incredibly unfortunate. Acer, I was a Bernie bro. I'm no longer a Bernie bro, and I can tell you what changed it. But I was a Bernie bro. This is actually what woke me up to what's happening in the world, to be honest with you. And maybe it was the same for you, Acer. Before Bernie, if you don't know this man, look up Ron Paul, the Ron Paul Revolution. But I was too young to understand what happened to Ron Paul. And then, like you, I just wanted to see a change in politics, so I became a Bernie bro. I didn't actually care about his policies. He just seemed like an outsider, and I wanted to go for the outsider. And then when they did what they did to him, where he literally, I think one day said, Hillary Clinton is not, qualified to be president? Was that the word he used? And then they had a private backdoor meeting with him, and the next day he said, of course Hillary is qualified, and then just allowed them to screw him over in 2016. I will never forget that. I thought Bernie stood on principles. He doesn't, man. Honestly, I feel the same way. The media gets weaponized. The other thing that blew my mind in 2016, I believed all the media stuff about Trump. I remember them saying he's just going to win the Republican nomination and then he's going to drop out and just give it to Hillary. He doesn't actually want to be president. He's just doing this for branding. I forgot some of the other stuff. The Russia stuff. I don't know what else to call them other than the PP tapes. I believed all that stuff. And then on the night of the election, I'll never forget this. My wife and I were dating during the election. He got a taste of real power. He thought money was power. Ooh, who? You have to tell me, Acer. But as Trump was winning the election, I'm on the phone with my then girlfriend, now wife. And I'm like, what is happening? I woke up this morning thinking there was no chance that he was going to win. And then that also happened to be the first night I looked at any of his policies. I'm like, why didn't I know any of Trump's policies before the election was over? Now, that's my fault for being ignorant, for not looking into them, for believing what I heard in the media and all that sort of stuff. That's 100% my fault. But still, it felt weird that information wasn't in front of me. Yeah, it's tough, Acer. See, this is where the media has done things to make people believe Trump is Hitler. It's kind of wild. Um, like Trump didn't do anything. We already know what Trump in office looks like. We've already lived through it. And people act like the world's going to end. It's like, well, he was already in, and the world didn't end. So what are you worried about? Yeah, I agree, Caleb. The media is huge. The other thing I do wonder about is Trump as hated as the media makes it out to be, right? Because who talks openly about Trump? The guy had something like 71 million votes. But how many people do you know that actually had conversations about him publicly? Right? It's like people are scared to talk about him and if they supported him or not. So that's a little bit weird. But anyway, the media is used to prop people up or to crush people. Yeah, that's true, Caleb. Yeah. I lost friends too, Acer. It was a weird time. Literally my whole life. You could talk about anything with anybody. You might disagree, but it didn't mean you felt any sort of way about them. And now, if if I tell you one policy I believe in, you're going to make many assumptions. Either I'm a libtard or I'm a Hitler supporter. That's what happens when you state any policies. It's unfortunate because I don't like to use this term, but I'm going to say libertarian, even though I don't line up with them as a party or anything like that. Although Dave Smith, I think is his name, he's very smart. But I'm fiscally conservative. I think we as a country should be penny pinchers as a country, but I'm socially liberal. I think people should be able to do whatever they want. As long as you're not infringing on my rights, I do not care what you do as a human being. Do whatever you want, man. It's not my place to tell you what to do. Yo, Pantherax. Did I pronounce that correctly? Welcome to the channel. Hey, to give you some background, Pantherax, Acer asked this earlier, but I am a legit financial advisor. I've been a certified financial planner professional since 2014. I worked at Vanguard for 13 years, and our mission here is to empower millions of everyday people by making financial wisdom and guidance accessible to all, fostering widespread financial literacy. We believe that everyone can live a better life if they know how to properly take care of their money. So my last day at Vanguard was July. And August 1st, we relaunched to help change the world. So my wife may or may not come in here at some point and say hi to everybody. That emote there on the first is a old emote. I think it's one of the free ones now, actually. But that was like one of the very first emotes I ever had on the channel. Yo, what's up, Jesse? I was chatting on Twitter, but I realized you're also streaming on Twitch, which is why I didn't see him. Wait, so you're chatting on Twitter right now, Jesse? I don't see any of that. I don't see any chats on here. I know some people tell me I'm just doing crayon drawings, but I'm actually a pretty big TA guy. Hit me. What's TA, Acer? I feel like people now think that just because you disagree on something, that means that you can't be friends. Oh, technical analysis. Yeah, I agree, Caleb. If you and I have differing views, we must hate each other. Mortal enemies. Saw your wife in the chat as well. Wait, on Twitter? How come I'm not seeing this? How do I see Twitter chats? What is happening? No, do not mute this conversation. View hidden replies? Nothing to see here? Dude, I have no idea how to check. How many people are chatting in my Twitter? Yeah, please do, Jesse. I gotta figure out. I don't really follow politics or current events anymore because both sides, media included, are dirty with alternative motives. Yup. In my opinion, we as Americans ultimately have no say in what really happens behind the curtains. Sadly, Jesse, I agree. Unless you, my friend, and people like you try to change the world. I'm agnostic and feel everyone is free to think or believe what they want if it makes them happy at the end of the day. I get some flack for that, for being Lutheran Christian, but just because we don't agree on everything doesn't mean I hate you. I agree. So agnostic. Is agnostic the one where you're unsure? You're open to the possibility of a God? I just hope if God in heaven is real, if I still live a good life, and what all comes down to it, I'll end up there. About 3, you have 44 viewers. Yo, that's crazy. Yo, how do I see the chat? I'm going to Google this because there is no chat on this at all. Hey, so Acer, I don't like being pushy on stuff, but I do care about your soul. And through my faith, Jesus Christ is the only way to heaven, man. Understanding that you are not perfect. He died for your sins, and just having faith in that is the only way to find eternal life through Jesus. And I know that might sound weird because what you talked about, living a good life and ending up in heaven, it makes logical sense. But if you don't want to be with Jesus, why would he force you to spend eternity with him? You know what I mean? I believe in a higher power, and for me, I think the world was seeded. Like scientifically. No worries, man. I always got to try to save somebody's soul if at all possible. If I save one soul, my life was worth it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I agreed. So have you seen, Acer, have you seen the movie, oh man, Prometheus? I think that's what it's called. Prometheus? What'd you think of that movie? I saw it opening night. How do I view chats from Twitter live stream? Open the Twitter app and navigate to the live stream. You'll see a comment section below the video player. Here you can comment directly to the live stream. Comment. Send hearts. Okay. I don't have the Twitter app on my phone, so I don't know that I can do this. I'm going to have to get the Twitter app. Let's go, Jesse. We're on the way to changing the world, baby. It's been a long time. Okay, so we saw it at midnight, and I remember thinking it was going to be the most awesome movie I had ever seen in my life. And it's not that it was bad, it just wasn't as good as I hoped. But I've seen it multiple times now, and it's better and better every time, which is crazy. So let me see this here real quick. Okay. It was a pretty big cliffhanger all the way, though. All the way through. Okay, so I've seen pieces of Interstellar. I have not seen the whole thing. Give me 1 second. I need to turn off screen capture for a second. All right, I got to figure this out. Yes. So I've seen a bunch of reviews and all that. I've seen movies, or I'm sorry, movie recaps about it to try and figure that out. There was a lot of stuff going on there. How do I view this chat? Oh, did I do it? It's loading. Testing. Can anyone read this? So that's interesting. I have to keep Twitter like fully up to be able to read it. It's interesting. All right. It's a movie you need to watch a couple times to catch everything and be able to piece together some of the things. Like, not too, I don't want to give too many spoilers, but when they're like yelling at themselves through the books, it's kind of gut wrenching, man. It's kind of gut wrenching. Hey Jesse, if you're still there, will you send something in chat on Twitter? Scroll down to the comment section below the video. Let me see here. All right, I'm gonna go ask my wife something real quick to see if she could see my, unless she just texted me this now. No, that was 40 minutes ago. All right, let me see something here. Since you've quit Vanguard, are you able to maintain a personal portfolio now, or how does that work? Yes, I've always been able to maintain a personal portfolio though. There might be an ad break in a minute and a half, so if an ad break pops up, just hit me. Let's see here. Ooh, we'll talk about that in a sec, Jesse. All right, so I've always been able to ads. All right, I'll be back in 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. All right, are we back? Are we back? All right, so Acer, I have always been able to have my own portfolio. Now, I did have to have all of my assets at Vanguard when I worked there. So I was unable to invest at another company unless I was unable to invest in what I wanted to at Vanguard. So if it was something specific, then I could get approvals to invest in that thing outside of Vanguard. And I could always invest how I wanted to. All right, Jesse, but I can't get behind the idea of God in many biblical passages because it's far too specific for me. I'd have to hear more, Jesse. Also, did we figure out Twitter chat? Yeah, there we go. Hey, I can see your chats now. And now you get, let's go. All right, I wonder how many chats I've missed the entire day by not being in here. I hope not too many. But it's very interesting. The video does pause quite a bit and then reloads. It's weird. It's very weird. Get rid of this. All right, that kind of works. All right, let's take a look at what cruise is. I'm not good with stickers or tickers or symbols. Kura sushi? All right, you're about to get hit with a lot of stuff here. Are you ready, Acer? So, why do you own this in the first place? Would be my first question. Were you looking to make a quick buck? Is this a long-term buy, a long-term hold? Like, what is the purpose here? What did I just do? Yikes. Just lost my place. Hold on a second. We're back. All right, so purely based off of a swing trade. I got asked about swing trades yesterday. Someone said, do you swing trade or day trade? I'll get that. Allowing us to exist right now, but I do not believe in the idea of God. Do you believe we were a random occurrence that happened throughout the universe? That would be my first question. But because if so, the first question you have to ask yourself, do you believe nothing created everything? It's the very first question you gotta ask yourself. But all right, purely based off of a swing trade. Yeah, yesterday someone asked me if I swing trade or day trade. I'll get into that philosophy here in a second. So you bought in at 55, riding to 80 based on the charts. I swing and long term. So it's really hard to beat the markets. Just throwing that out there, Acer. I'm sure you already know that. Technical analysis can definitely be wrong and misread and not do what it looks like it should do. With that being said, If I'm generally just a long term index fund type of guy. I do own a few active funds, um, but if I were to buy a stock or a mutual fund or an ETF, um, ah, these are deep questions to think about, Jesse. I'd love to have that talk with you, but um, if I were to buy a stock or a bond or a stock or an ETF or something, I would look for something that is performing poorly, right? So, um, like this 52-week range right here, it's at about 50% of its 52-week high. That would be enough to trigger my interest at least. What's Ford trading at now? Yeah, the problem with these like day traders is they got Ford at like 1040 or 960. It's at 1046 now. Nice. Good little almost 10%, 9%. Love you, Jesse. These are all deep. The questions over our existence have been there as long as humans have been there. Um, so, but back to this Koda Sushi. Being that the 52-week high was 122 and that it's 62 now, this would intrigue me, but I would have to do research. Why did it drop so much? Why did it go all the way down to 48 from 122? I like looking at a year here. Yeah, so why did it drop? You know, right? It reached peaks and then it tumbled. Why? It's in a cyclical movement. So if you believe that it's going to go above 80, or it could potentially even reach this, it's near its 52-week high again, why would you sell at 80? Because you don't want to be a pig and get slaughtered? Is that where we're heading? Basically, be fearful when others are greedy, and be greedy when others are fearful. Oh yeah, I can understand that, Acer. So yeah, that's pigs get slaughtered. Um, so anyway, sorry, just checking a message there. Bring on my screen capture back up. So other than pigs get slaughtered, my overall philosophy when it comes to individual stocks is to buy things that are underperforming. I don't believe own any individual stocks. Not a single one. Um, I don't want the effort to do it. Love it, Jesse. See you soon, buddy. See you soon, brother. Um, it took 4 years of beating my head against the wall to learn to not try to time the market. Well, you're just not trying to time it as much. You're still trying to time it. You're just not going as deep with the timing because you're not trying to find the all-time highs or the all-time lows. Gooder. Yeah. But yeah, so Acer, just as a random question here, Um, do you feel that there is a place for a true fiduciary advisor to be streaming? Do you think people are looking for that? I like it. Because we did this on a whim. Or not a whim, sorry. 2-year planning, not a whim. But um, my biggest concern with this is how to get in front of enough people. That's why I stream on literally every platform. Although I think I only have like 5 days left on TikTok before they ban me. Or not ban me, but I don't have enough followers or anything on TikTok for them to let me keep going. So that's unfortunate. But I got to think of a way to get in front of more people. So I've been hanging out in stocks and bonds because I was thinking it's not as highly viewed. So maybe people will find me there. But just chatting, I feel like nobody would see me in there. You know what I mean? How early do you think? Because I stream late as well. So I'll get off here in about an hour and 45 minutes. And then I'll be back on later tonight. But are you saying like when the market opens? Because that's like 7 o'clock here. I have stock people going live at 7 a.m., but I'm not saying you have to be on that early. Yeah, I get on at 11:30 local time and stream from 11:30 to 4:30 local time. I'm always willing to move my time though, for sure. Yeah. Whoops. I've heard of the stock guy. I've not heard of stock jock. Not throwing shade or anything. Understandable. Stock jock isn't as big as stock guy, but still decently sized. He made 1.3 million. Woo! In 2021 day trading, and he has had some success. Last year was rough, and he only made 40K. Wow. Hey, that 1 year of 1.3 million, as long as he doesn't have years where he loses money, unless that 1.3 million, no, you said he made money. Um, but as long as he doesn't lose money, hopefully that 1.3 will take him places, you know? He said 40K was his best year. Wait, so what was his worst year? That's really what I want to know. Oh, okay. Best worst year. That's still best worst year. Yeah, so what was his worst year? Sounds really weird to say, by the way. Worst. Wow. All right. But yeah, so I know this. What I'm doing is a little bit different, but what I worry is a lot of people are looking for help through day trading and stuff like that. Like a lot of us who started in the hole. Yeah. How did you learn and get into day trading in the first place? Oh, swing trade. Sorry. Okay, swing trade. So how long is a swing normally? Are we talking weeks, days? They ever get months? Weeks, months? Hold on a second. All right. Welcome back, Caleb. Sometimes the odd option play. All right. How much time are you spending putting into this? Like how much of your day today will be used on researching things you may want to do or not? Actually, I want to show you something here in a second, Acer. You may already know this or have better tools than this, but I'm going to show it to you anyway. So if you go to this market watch, you can look at decliners right here and see these huge companies and how much loss they've taken today. If I were into doing what you're into doing, these are the sort of companies that I would look into because, wow, this might get delisted, so who knows, but like the rest of these, what do their charts say and all that sort of stuff? Would these be good buys since they declined so much? You have these stocks at their 52-week lows. ETFs here at their lows. Well, not at their lows, but declining for the day. I'd be looking at stuff like that. And I would wonder what your opinion would be on those. Yeah, it's very true, Acer. It's very true. And I guess it'd be hard to know about Turnstone Biologics or So Good Inc. Those were the golden goose. Farmers were the golden goose for a while. They do move fast, yeah. It's a good day in the market overall. I gotta be honest, it's kind of a trip being on this many platforms at one time. Yeah, used car prices coming down. They were crazy high. People were selling their used cars for more than they were bought at new. Yeah, the rumor is what, September? Was there a rumor or anything about the Fed coming out early? Yeah. So what's funny is, yeah, it's definitely eased, but we launched the channel on August 1st. August 4th was the Sunday before the next Black Monday. So I jumped on and spoke to a lot of people on Monday night or Sunday night, and then I talked to a lot of people Monday. So I streamed a lot. Yep. I didn't do any moves on Monday. Um, yeah, but that day was a beautiful day if you were looking for a quick turnaround. Man, is it hogs get fed, pigs get slaughtered? What is the full term, Acer? Something gets fed, pigs get slaughtered. What? This AI, no. What is that? Something gets fed? What? Pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered? Alright. So it's pigs eat, hogs get slaughtered. Alright. Well, now I know. Done with that. So, what suggestions do you have, Acer, for to get in front of more people? I just want to help as many people as possible. Um, what do you think the best way for me to do that, other than just sitting live all day? But I definitely think about trying early. Maybe try to show up in the chats in the morning if you don't stream that I mentioned. Get your name out there as an actual financial advisor. Yeah, that's always what I worry about. Anytime you talk about stuff, I guess as long as I don't say my channel or something like that, I could talk in chat, but yeah. I'm just hoping there will be, natural organic things like you coming into chat now. Okay. So some don't even stick around through market close. I'm essentially willing to grind this any hours of the day. But I've done so far this middle of the day, late night, and then late night into early morning. So what would it take, Acer, to get you to follow a channel? Like, what would I need to do to make you a follower and to make you someone who comes back? Well, then I would do early morning near market open and label the stream AMA from a real financial advisor. Okay, so you think throwing in the real would be worthwhile? I have overthought how to title myself because I know anybody could technically call themselves a financial advisor. I used to have a certified financial planner in there. Like if you go back to my chats or my streams from like 2 weeks ago, I was a certified financial planner. But I think there are people who, or a lot of people don't realize what a certified financial planner is either. So it's tough. It's tough. Interesting. Okay. I like it. As a financial advisor, I have to throw caveats on everything. All right. Try that. Can you hear that buzzing outside? They're installing fiber in my neighborhood, so it's very noisy. It's been noisy for the last like 2 weeks. Dude, fiber is different. I had never had fiber in my whole life. I'd always had cable internet. And then when I was in Texas, I had cable my first year, and then we moved and got fiber, and it was like a whole different world, man. Especially as a gamer. Do you game at all, Acer? What do you play? Okay. And we're back. What games do you play, Acer? I gotta know. Playing the alpha for the new Delta Force game recently. Tarkov wipes on the 20th. Alright. I only play Valorant. I used to play Diablo 3 before that. Same with, I used to play Overwatch as well, the original Overwatch. I never picked up 2. But I generally, once I find a video game, I'll play it until I'm done playing it, if that makes sense. The most games I play at a single time are 2. Oh, I need to actually post a clip. I play a lot. Are you a solo guy, Acer? Did you say are you married? Do you have kids? I just assumed you're a guy. I actually don't know that. Married, no kids, thankfully. Why thankfully? Uh-oh. I need to find the video I wanted to post. I don't want to curse another soul to live through what's to come. You know, every generation says this world's going to hell in a handbasket, Acer. But you and your kids may be the reason that it doesn't. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Hey, I feel that. I feel that, Acer. Just remember, we're one generation away from turning it around. Yeah, but so the thing is, you have to look at also, and I'm not trying to give anybody a free pass or anything, but have you looked into why Russia did the things it did? Yeah, so this is tough because you can actually go out and read exactly what he said, but Russia had a red line in the sand that NATO will not move an inch east. And we kept moving in, or NATO kept moving east, um, and then they were talking about moving NATO into Ukraine. So they're talking about putting nuclear weapons on Ukraine's doorstep or on Russia's doorstep. Whether that's right or wrong, I want this ad. Sorry, I'm trying to add a hashtag on TikTok, and it is not allowing me. Um, so Russia pretty much said, nope, we will not allow that. We will not allow you to put nuclear weapons on our doorstep. Boom, and they invaded Ukraine. So I'm not saying that makes it right, but why doesn't the world know that? Yo, what's up, Pezzled? Welcome to the channel. Would we... hey, Pezzled, just to give you some background here, we're having a serious conversation here, but I am a married father of three. I've been a certified financial planner professional since 2014, or a financial advisor. I worked at Vanguard for 13 years, and our mission at the channel is to empower millions of everyday people by making financial wisdom and guidance accessible to all, fostering widespread financial literacy. We believe that everyone can live a better life if they know how to properly take care of their money. So my last day at Vanguard was in July. On August 1st, we kicked off this channel to hopefully change the world. So thanks for coming by. Acer, would we ever allow another country to move nuclear weapons into Mexico? Absolutely, Pezzled. Hey, if you don't mind me asking, how did you find me, Pezzled? Exactly, Acer. So whether we have plans to invade South or not, we would never allow somebody to put nuclear weapons on our doorstep. Why would it be any different for another country? Just something to think about. Just something to think about. Oh, you followed me from a raid a long time ago. I like it. But you did not chat then. Dude, something's up with my TikTok here because I cannot hashtag properly. I'm a lurker. I dig it. I love lurkers. And would we allow Russia to put nukes in Cuba? No, we would not. No, we would not. Well, we'd have to have some sort of agreement with Cuba, right? Why are you scared of people, Pezzled? I promise you, I'm the friendliest person you've ever known. Maybe not. That might be too much, but I am a friendly guy. I care about everyone, and this is why I do this. Dude, why isn't advice on here? What is happening? No. It's a good question. I don't know. I'm just very awkward and don't like talking to people I'm unfamiliar with. Well, have you lurked enough around here to feel more familiar? Probably, since you're talking now. But all right, I'm posting this. I can't deal with this anymore. Post. Manage posts. I dig it. I dig it. Where do you think you got a raid from? Who were you watching that raided me? Was it one of the big ones? Because I've had two gigantic raids in the past, Pezzled. The first one was from Bluefy or Grace Van Dien, and the other one was Zekin. All right, just posted on TikTok. All right. Yeah, me too, Pezzled. I've been doing watch parties at night. All right, let's do another one. Yeah, but that night was crazy. We were in a TDM together, me and Zekin, and I posted my chat, and then he raided me after. Absolutely wild. Oh, my headset is off. All right. I have definitely been watching Champs. It is so awesome watching watching the team do this. I'm a Sentinels fan, obviously. Sin City, baby. Zekin played out of his mind on Neon as well. That was so sweet. My sleep is also so bad right now, Pezzled. I am looking forward to this being over. I would like a Sentinels victory, and then I would like to go to sleep at a normal time. That's what I would like. Yeah, agreed. That was so cool to see, though. So cool to see. Sorry, I am also posting clips right now on social media. All right, almost done. But yeah, watch the champs. We do a watch party, so I don't know if you're a part of the Discord. Oh wait, hold on. I'll get to you in a second, Acer. I apologize for that delay, but I don't know if you're a part of the Discord, but we do a watch party with friends every night. So, or at least at their games. We generally watch the first map, and then everybody starts falling asleep. But feel free. All right. Man, I do not get the algorithm, so. But what is Nvidia trading at now? Let's take a look. NVDA. 122. Yeah, that'd be like a 20% increase. I really only stay awake for the Sen games. Yeah, that's how I was puzzled, but now I love all of it. Like last night, it was so cool watching Lev come back. It looked like they were going to get demolished, and then they ended up coming back. But the algorithms are so weird for YouTube. My very first video, or my very first short, real short, got over 4,000 views. Then I've got a few with a few hundred. And then I've got a few with like next to nothing. It's so weird. Yeah, that was crazy. Map 1 was nuts, but I also didn't stay up for map 2. I fell asleep for map 2. I woke up and saw that they 2-0'd them. So um, my pick'ems are ruined. I had Trace winning against EDG, so that's out. I think I had G2 beating Lev. I think I have Team Heretics beating Fnatic, and then is that no? It's got to be 2 games tonight. Let's see. Let me do this. Share screen. You got 3-4 so far? All right, let's check this out. All right, I chose Sentinels, I chose Trace, I chose G2, and I chose Heretics. So, gotten that one so far, or I've gotten 50% so far. And then I don't even know if it matters what I have down here. I think I have Fnatic moving along. But I think I had G2 in the upper final. So my whole bracket is cooked. This is going to be such a banger game. Lev and Heretics. They do, Acer. You can definitely bet on esports. I forgot where you could do it, though. Let's go back to this. Never mind. Thought that was it. Yeah, this is the best Valorant of the year so far. I thought there was stuff on here for bookies and all that, but if you go into a specific match, you can bet on it. Oh, okay. I didn't go far enough. All right, let's check it out. So tonight we got DRX versus Trace. It's got to be DRX, right? Betting right here. Here we go. Pezzled is correct. Thunder Pick. That is a huge favorite. This site is a little too basic for me. My eyes do not follow it very well. Trace is a good team too, but I feel like DRX is better. Throw 10 bucks at it. Make 125, right? Is that how that works? I guess the bet would be over here. So place 10 down, get 53. What does this 1.5 mean? Handicap? Wow, look at all these prop bets. Oh. It's very true. All right, Pezzled. I'm not great at this, but if you look at these, if they're negative numbers, you would have to bet that much. So, right, this one is DRX wins at least one map. We could probably agree that that is very likely to happen, and so do the odds makers. So, if you want to win $100 betting that DRX will win at least one map, if you want to win $100, you have to bet $1,250. So you have to put down $1,250 to get that back plus $100. On the flip side, if you wanted to bet no, so you don't think DRX will win at least one map, if you put down $100, you will win $530. Which, does that mean you take 630 or you take 530? So really you won 430. I forgot. Now there's a lot more to it. So like what Acer was talking about, parlays. So if you were to bet multiple things, Like you think we're gonna play over 2.5 maps, which means 3, and you wanted to bet that DRX wins at least one map, okay. Um, that Trace will win at least one map, okay. It's when you bet multiple things that all have to happen on one ticket. And if they all happen, you get kind of like a multiplier effect. So your winnings could be much higher. Man, there's a lot going on here. Correct. If you miss any of it, Pezzled, you actually get nothing. So if you bet $10 and you hit your parlay, maybe that turns into like $230. But if you miss anything on the parlay, you get zero. Zero. They take your money. So are you talking about like in February, Acer, when like the actual Super Bowl happens? There are always crazy bets. Man, this is streaming everywhere. But yeah, DRX should win this. Man. Lev and Heretics, Fnatic, G2. That stinks that that's a late game, Pezzled, because I'll be asleep for that. There is no way I'm staying awake for G2 and Fnatic. No chance. Ugh. Right? Yeah, the little prop bets for the Super Bowl are pretty funny. Ooh, let's go. Tilray. I'll be honest, I'm not sure what Tilray is. Is that a company? Tilray Brands? So what, they're moving to THC drinks? TLRY? This is interesting. So what, you missed out on the last 75 cents? 72 cents? Yeah, it's tough, Pezzled. They sometimes line up, they sometimes don't. So did you take your 5 cents and run? Acer? Or your 6 cents and run? No. So you're waiting for it to roll higher. So this is is this after hours? If it closed at 195, previous close 265. Delayed quote. So that's weird. Showing a 195 close. Showing 267. I'm super confused. But you're saying it closed today at 195. You think so, even though it's US? NASDAQ? Oh, you're saying this one? Oh, you are correct. Canada. There we go. That's better. All right, so they're a cannabis company. I think this is a bet. I think all these cannabis companies, because this has been happening for years now. I got a buddy who moved into some cannabis drinks thinking it was going to blow up. Forgot I had like an ape or a gorilla on it, or can't remember. And another one, but we're essentially waiting for legalization. I think it's THC drinks peddled. I think by acquiring craft beer brands more than the... Interesting. Okay. So it looks like they're trying to diversify so that THC drinks aren't their only. Are they? I think are they CBD beers or THC beers, Acer? Because if they're THC, we're essentially waiting for a legalization on a federal level. Oh, okay. I know Shock Top. I don't really drink. It's not to say I won't drink, but I do not drink on a regular basis. I don't know the next time I will drink. I do know the last time I drank. It was with my father-in-law. Shock Top is tasty. See, my thing, and I'm thankful for this. My dad was an alcoholic. Oh, wait, we might have an ad. All right. All right, we're back. So the last time, wait, I forgot where I was even going with this. I forgot what the next thing I was going to say was. Maybe it was just the last time I drank was with my father-in-law. Hopefully you're in a state that is legal. Although it feels really weird that states have decriminalized and it's still criminalized on the federal level. Oh, that's what we were talking about. I think we're waiting for THC or marijuana to be legalized at the federal level. Once that happens, I think these marijuana drinks and beers are gonna blow up. Are you in Texas, Acer? Because that was the thing in Texas. There was some. Oh, North Carolina. I don't know what the difference is. Like, what is missing from? Because Texas had something like that. You could buy. I forgot what it was, but you couldn't do regular. But it was a version of it. Delta 9, is that a compound in it? Really? Yeah, that's really weird, man. So this is where my socially liberal things go. If you want to smoke marijuana, why why should someone be able to stop you? Like, I always try to go back to, if you and I were the only two people on the planet, what would I ever really truly stop you from doing? If you wanted to smoke marijuana and we're the only two people alive, okay. If you wanted to throw it in your fermented beverage, okay. I got a lot of friends who prefer that over. All right. Quit cigarettes when cancer claimed half a kidney 2 years ago, though. Oof. Sorry you went through that. I lost my mom to colon cancer. So that is. Cancer always has a soft place in my heart. My dad had his second massive heart attack at 53 and died. It's been an interesting life. Yeah, I was on the table on Thanksgiving 2 years ago. Yikes, with them removing the kidney. Is the kidney the one that will grow back though? Or no? Like, did it end up regenerating? What's the one that will regenerate? Oh, yeah, no, not the. Liver. It's liver, you are correct. Man. So you got 1.5 kidneys, Acer. Wow. Why do they let you keep it? My my cousin went to UNC or was a doctor at UNC Chapel Hill, I believe. Then he did something in Dallas as well. Just forgot where. The best surgeon in the state that only deals in kidney cancers. Wow. Is that less invasive? I dig that. Hey, sir, I'm going to ask you a question. I don't know if you can really quantify this, but if you're following these other day traders, sorry, swing traders and their channels and the people in their channels, how much do you think you guys are affecting swings? Is it too small to affect it? Because like whoever buys slowest is going to get the worst price. Whoever sells slowest is going to get the worst price. I will also be right back. No, not pyramid stuff. But I meant like the trade, like this Tilray, right? If you were to do Tilray, definitely no pump and dump. I just more mean if like everybody's following it and you're like, yeah, you go and buy it at 195, and then the next couple people buy it at 197. You know what I mean? Not the next couple people, but if it was enough, definitely no pump and dump. I'm definitely not trying to insinuate anything like that. But I need like 5 minutes to go see the family. I'll be right back. We are back. I don't have any sound going on. I don't know why I wear my headset, but we do. We do. Welcome back. All right, just got a little over a half hour left in the stream here. Anything you'd like to cover, Acer? Oh yeah. Oh, it was about your the pyramid stuff and pumping and dumping, but that wasn't. That's not really what I was trying to say. But do you think you guys affect markets enough? So if one of those dudes says that he's thinking about making a trade and the rest of the channel does it, do you think that has an impact, or is it small enough that it doesn't? Stock guy, yeah. Man, that's crazy. I wonder if he is being watched by any feds. Wow, 2,000 plus viewers. What a savage. Maybe I'll check him out sometime. I'd like to see what he's talking about to stay active. Like earlier today, I was just going through different articles and giving my opinion on them. But you never know what people actually want to hear. I'd rather be answering questions, but you know, it just depends on what people want to hear. Really? I like that. I'll give him a look. Is he on now? Or he's probably done, right? Market Traders TV. What is computer stocks and bonds? Oh, is that a game? Okay. Stock Jock was on. Wow, that sucks about his heart and lungs. Holy crap. Made over $1,000 today. He made over 3K 2 days ago. Yeah, it's got to be exciting. That has got to be exciting. What'd you say his name was? That stock guy? I think I've seen a video of this guy. Does he do YouTube videos as well, or no? Jason Frank, known as the stock. Well, Yeah. Yeah, I think they have to. Or at least it's in their best interest to divulge that stuff. So I can close that. Take a look at the futures. These times are interesting for the futures. It's like 13 minutes ago. They don't want people to mirror. Albeit I found cruise through stock guy. But when I looked at the chart, it looked good at my own diligence. It's always smart. Do your own due diligence. Never follow somebody. Because the worst thing would be to follow somebody and it goes bad. And you're kind of mad at that person. But at least if it goes bad after you do it, you can at least live with that, you know? Do you want to hear about my worst mistake investing that I've ever done? And I thought I was being very smart. All right. I forgot what year this was, but it was a while ago. But Vanguard has a fund, or back in 2012 had a fund, I think it was then, called the Precious Metals and Mining Fund. It wasn't really precious metals. It was mostly a mining company's fund. At its peak, it had it was worth like $48 a share. When I stumbled upon it, it was at $8 a share. So in my mind, I'm like, wow, even if this thing only comes back up to 50% of its all-time high, I'm going to triple my money. So I put in a good amount in my Roth IRA into the Precious Metals and Mining Fund. But look what happens. When you look up the Precious Metals and Mining Fund in Vanguard. It doesn't exist anymore. It was moved into Vanguard Global Capital Cycles Fund. So the fund that I thought was going to be a huge winner ceased to exist. This taught me a lot. This was the last time I really tried to beat the market. Which is why now I'm mostly a total return person. No, I did not lose it, thankfully. It just got rolled into this fund. So, you know, I bought most of it at like $8 a share, and now it's 13, but, you know, that would have been over 12 years to get 50% returns. Yeah, thankfully I did not lose it all. But hey, it was a good life lesson, and I get to share it with other people. So even though things can look like definite winners, they may cease to exist. So I did not lose all my money, but it did not do what I hoped it would do. So lesson learned for the future, and it's something I can teach other people moving forward. Preached. What is NIO? I think we're about 10 seconds away from an ad break. Oh, Neo. Did you $2 and I bought options with shorts? Do you watch any car shows on YouTube like Donut? Man, did you still own it? Man, that's rough. You probably would have sold it anyway, right? I'm pretty sure Neo was covered on Donut. All right. The market has a good way of humbling you. Yep. I mean, it's the story of even. Yeah. All right. Yeah, the market tends to humble everyone. I had a buddy who was going for CF or for his CFA. He thought he learned or he knew everything, and then he got absolutely ripped. Just savage. I think he said he lost it wasn't a crazy amount of money, but he had like 40,000 in a Roth, which allowed options, and he lost it. It wouldn't let him go naked, I don't think. So it capped his losses, but yeah, all it took was one. One false move, it'll take you down. Yeah, all it takes is one bad one. Which part was fun, Pezzled? I don't know if Pezzled's still here, but. Did you look at that option calculation of a trade I put on at the start of August? No, where did you put it? Was it an actual iron condor? But that's what I built the trade in. Alright, option calc of a trade I put on at the start of August. Wait, how would I look at the option calculation? Or option calculator, whatever it is. Oh, I do not. Is that what the 3 stars are? Yeah, links are off. If you join the Discord, you could throw it in the random section. It's the Stream Team Discord. If you feel comfortable posting it there. All right, let's take a look at this. That's a lot of green. Are you okay if I show this chart on stream? All right, so it's currently 11:20. Symbol F. It's Ford. You're buying at 11:20. All right, Caleb. Have you ever heard of a ring dinger, Caleb? Or the y-axis decompression? That's when I opened my first size position on Ford and hedged it with this option trade. See, it sounds like fun. You think you'll get close to this? Oh no, close to this? If you've seen it, you would know it, Caleb. You would know it. All right, expired in the money. That's what you like to hear. That's what you like to hear, Acer. Did it say that? Oh yeah, 9th of August. Yeah, just noticed that. August 9th for all of them. Does it show how much it was in the money on the 9th? You should look it up on YouTube right now, Caleb. I don't want to get copyright hit by showing the video, but look up Dallas ring dinger. It's called the y-axis adjustment or y-axis decompression, but if you look at it, it's intense. I've done it 3 times. It is one of the most intense things. Nope, it is not just like a dead hang. You'll see, man. You'll see. All right. End number at 10:10 on the 9th. All right. So you said 10:10. All right, so you were up $345. Over how long? When did it open? Two weeks? All right. Couple $100 a week, not bad. It's very interesting. All right. So you enjoy this. You actually have fun doing this. I like it. If you can earn money or make money having fun, it's good. This is still way too risky for me. I don't think I have the time or the energy to be able to do this effectively. And I'd be too afraid. The first time I lost a good amount of money, it'd be over for me. I'd be done. I'd be done. So part of the reason I set up this time, Acer, is there was some article that said uh, Twitch peaks viewership at, oh man, was it 5 p.m.? I thought it was 5 p.m. Arizona time. So I was going to be streaming into the peak, but stop right before, because then after that, it starts to go down pretty quickly. Unless that's 5 o'clock Eastern time, which is definitely possible. All right, hit me, Caleb. Is your mind blown or what? All right. I hear you, Acer. See, the problem is I'm not a market guy. I can talk about markets, I could talk about stocks, but that's not what I am. And that's how I don't know what category to stream in. Um, this has been a learning thing. Like, just chatting doesn't feel right. Stocks doesn't really feel right. There's no personal finance, so I don't know. Yeah, Caleb, they lock you in at your hips, and then he cinches you up, and then wrenches you. Dude, I had a neck problem for about, what, 3.5 years, and I'd been to chiropractors, I'd gotten massage, and nothing could fix it, man. I was just hurting all the time. Or it's really when I turned my head right. I had pain. I did that ring dinger, and yo, it was awesome. Instant relief, man. Instant relief. Yeah, I mostly want to do financial. I'm okay with life advice and guidance. I got life experience. I think I could help people with that. But I think the biggest impact that I can have on people is with their finances. And that's more than stocks and bonds, but at least that's in it. It's at least in that realm. But maybe I'll try just chatting tomorrow. I don't know. Actually, I need to. Let's do this. I need to figure out a good category for TikTok because it only lets me do games. Live studio TikTok categories. So I used to have a decent amount of lower back pain, and there was one time I was laying on the ground, stomach down, and my girlfriend like grabbed onto my hips with her legs and put her arms in my armpits. And so she pulled with her legs and pushed with her arms. Yeah, and stretched you out, right? If you end up getting to be part of the stock communities, you're going to have some funny degen traders in there. Hey, I'm alright with that. Maybe I could convince them to do less degen trading. Because for every one of you that's a winner, Acer, there's 10 of you that are losing, you know? Oh, yeah. That's like what the ring dinger does, Caleb. Hey, if I could just change one, Acer, that's all I need. That's all I need. That didn't help me. Some of those guys are unfixable. It's very true, Acer. Very true. Sounds good, Caleb. I'm hopping off here in the next 10, 15 minutes or so. Well, shoot. If my most active guys are going to leave, I may just go ahead and raid somebody and then call it a night. Let's see here. Man, it's crazy. I got a lot more viewers on. Hey, Acer, I noticed you have not followed. What do I got to do to get a follow here? 7:45 here, and I haven't ate yet. Yo, thanks, Acer. I appreciate it. All right, I'm gonna check out people here. 18 views, 24 views, 2 views. I like it, Acer. Enjoy your night. I think I'm gonna hit my dude Jesse. My dude Jesse and you have similar similar RR. Sorry, not similar RR, but you have. Yeah, Twitter's kind of wild, Caleb. But you and Jesse have similar things you do. All right, here we go. I'm gonna raid Jesse. I love you guys. We'll see it possibly later tonight. I love seeing the new people too, Caleb. This is very exciting. Oh man. All right, I'm gonna raid now. I love you guys. We'll catch you later tonight or tomorrow. Bye, everybody.